Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game 14 of the World Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukesh. So I saw Tony in the chat saying who's ready to rumble. So I felt I had to come right on and get started. So it might be the last game of the World Championship. It might just be a prelude to the playoffs tomorrow. We will see. It's certainly when I only did 2.5 hours. Hey, Domo. Well, I only did 2.5 hours yesterday, and when I left it, I sort of thought that we were heading for slightly better position for Gukesh, but not real chances. But my goodness, Gukesh gave that a real go and really managed to make something of it. So I mean, I really have to say that it's interesting. Catalan could be, could be. It's really impressed with Gukesh. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it's. I've said it a number of times that he's got absolutely covering it till the end short draw today. Yeah, but I'll be there for the playoffs as well tomorrow. So and for all the playoffs as well. So yeah, hopefully we're going to see absolutely everything. Hey, USA. It's but yeah, I mean, I think that Gukesh can say that maybe some things in his play haven't quite been 100% right, but his fighting spirit and the effort that he's given to the World Championship has been outstanding. I mean, Gukesh really tried to carry on in positions where he's worse, make chances where he could. I mean, in terms of fighting spirit and giving everything that you've got, I mean, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it is quite strange. I mean, I do find him, I do find Gukesh, I've realized, as the match has gone on, to be a slightly strange player. Somebody I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how he thinks or how he plays really, because from the press conference yesterday, for me on move 12, there's only one move that you consider, and it's Queen G4. And yet, Gukesh was very much of like, yeah, I looked at Queen G4, but it didn't interest me too much. I thought what I played was really good. Whereas I was thinking, yeah, surely he must be a bit depressed that he's missed the best continuation, but it wasn't like that for him at all. So obviously got quite a specific and quite personal view on chess, or simply, he's a much better player than me and he sees much more. I mean, but it's weird, right? I mean, I really feel like, in any case, the natural instincts that I have, which I think are fairly representative of at least players of my generation, he's got a totally different idea on it. So, yeah, I think that's something you've got to be just realized for myself as well. As a commentator, you've got to be a little bit careful of. You sort of assume that everyone's thinking the same as you, but then you hear that the commentaries of the players, and and Gukesh certainly is thinking quite differently somehow. I think this has been a very good World Championship match, right? I mean, it's entertaining, interesting. Players have been trying really hard. Some wins in it, not all draws. Yeah, what can you complain about, really, right? I mean, I think obviously Gukesh being 18, he's had the whole thing of getting used to a World Championship match. That's pretty something, right? I mean, and from that point of view, he's done really well. I'm sure, if the second match came around, he'd be starting off at a much higher level already. And I mean, there've been some very interesting games. I mean, the Frenchies have been very interesting. I mean, Gukesh has come up with they've all come up with some very interesting ideas, opening ideas. Not devastating, but in terms of something fresh and getting interesting positions. I think most of the games, maybe just the Gukesh Catalan, where he didn't make anything of it at all, really, from the opening. And I think that was the only one really that really didn't offer very much at all. All the other games have really, really had something. Studied in books. Oh well, the French from the first, the Ding game that he won recently will definitely go down in history. I think just also because of the occasion. I think Gukesh played relatively poorly there by his standards, but it was, considering the occasion, a very very nice game indeed. And um, yeah, I mean to be honest, the two Ding wins have been really really nice, and I think that the two draws that they had where Gukesh was pressing like crazy and Ding just about held it. Those are going to be fruitful topic for analysis, I think, as well. So, I mean, it hasn't been a totally classic World Championship, but I mean, in terms of has it been a World Championship that you've really enjoyed watching and where you've been wondering every time what's going to happen? Absolutely. So, very good, a very good World Championship, basically. It's just like Ding against Jan was. I mean, I think Ding's quite an entertaining player in general. I mean, he's a very, very strong player, but he's not quite as tight as as a player like Carlsen or as a player like Kramnik, used to be, or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, he's much slightly looser somehow, and the Indian guys. Hey, Mr. Beads. The Indian guys are really, they're just good value because they're just trying like lunatics all the time. So something's always going to happen. I mean, all of them. Erigasi, Sarin, Gukesh, Pragananda. I mean, they're just trying like crazy. These guys. You just don't get a quiet game against them. So yeah, I think it's been a very good World Championship, and knight f3 from Ding. I wondered about that. C4 and knight f3. That was I meant to get that in before we started, but yeah, that's quite natural somehow. Let's have a look. Have we got? Let's get Leela up there. D5 G3. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, Rookie 1 in the symmetrical Grunfeld was a really nice idea. That was a very, very nice idea indeed. Yeah, yeah. It's Aravind as well. Yeah, no, I mean, there's loads more, right? I mean, I just you can keep on going, right, with all these guys. I mean, it's I mean, that, to be honest, that's the most impressive thing about the Indian players. I mean, it's the mentality, right, that's really good, which makes you think that in team competition they're going to be only start. Yeah, I think they were just before. Yeah, I think in terms of team competitions, they're going to be very very strong for years to come with that sort of mentality. It's really yeah. They can lose, they just come back. Nothing seems to phase them. I mean, they're mentally they're incredibly strong. It's so yeah, G3. Interesting to see now what Gukesh plays. Well, I don't think he'll be doing the same thing as he did in game 12. So he certainly shouldn't do that. But yeah, interesting to see. Interesting to see. I mean, he could play. The move G6, of course, which is a very solid one. But maybe Ding will try his Rookie 1 idea against him. Yeah, Uzbekistan has got a chance, but Uzbekistan seems to have just tailed off a little bit, doesn't it? I think US is going to be strong. I think US is going to be very strong, and Turkey maybe. Yeah, I mean they've got a lot of good players coming up. I mean China always there. You just never know, right? With China, but C5, interesting. So we could get some sort of Catalan here. Knight c6. Wow. So yeah, I mean Gukesh basically offering a Catalan here. And that's what Ding is going for. Playing quite fast now, so we'll see what the subtleties are. Okay, so we're going to get. This is quite an old line of now. I think after c4 we're going to get a Catalan. One of the more old-fashioned lines, but in principle, it's more or less a draw. But it's going to be interesting to see what Ding has got prepared and how well prepared Gukesh is as well. I mean, I don't know whether this is a bit of repair work on what they were intending to do on the against the Catalan, but just let them work through these moves, and then we can go back and have a look at the subtleties, because there's a few to that. Oops, d4 and e6. Yeah, now oh, I'm seeing a game with Praganandas. I've seen quite a few games of Praganandas with black here already, but oh, castles and then c takes d4 early. That's interesting. Although 305 games in that, but yeah. So he's not giving white a standard Catalan. Oh, okay, Crumballoonies. Wow. This is quite well known, I think, but just I'm the one who hasn't kept up there, I think. Knight GE7 gets interesting from the Hierarch's book with just 3 games. And chess base has got quite a bit, but I think that the Hierarch's book is quite high quality there. Knight G7, quite unusual, just 7 games in there, and nobody high rated either. So Gukesh has got something pretty unusual on the board there. Yeah, I mean, let's just start with this position. We can go to if Ding spends a long time if Ding spends a long time thinking, then we can go back to the subtleties. So yeah, I mean, just in general, let's just talk about what Black's trying to do. So, I mean, the point about the Grundfeld always is that, you know, White takes on c6, you drag a pawn to c6, and you go c4. And yeah, in a way, it seems like always like it reinforces the White center. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ding's going to think for 30 minutes, so you know, let's get down into the opening. And it feels like taking like that reinforces the center, but actually bringing the pawn to c6, it provides a target for a bishop, you know, beyond the d pawn. And it just, in principle, it ends up giving White, you know, excellent chance to attack the weakened queen side. So there are a lot of systems against the Grundfeld, and this is what we're talking about, because White's basically playing the Grundfeld and Black's got the white side, basically, where White tries to avoid this exchange of the knight on c6, dragging, or in any case, the effect of dragging a pawn in there. So that's what Black's doing with knight e7. The idea is after takes, we take back with a knight, and we've still got a strong queen side. This pressure is not so interesting for White. So that's the basic idea. Very unusual to do it with knight GE7. I've never seen White doing that somehow. I mean, if we're just looking in terms of unusual Grundfeld systems, I mean, there's the move f3, which is very common, where the idea is, you can't take a knight on c3 there, so I play a4, and now I play knight c3. Now, that's a very common way of avoiding all this. Another way of doing it, I mean, there's been all sorts. Knight a4 has been one idea. You stop the break c5, and you're preparing to play e4 without allowing Black to take on c3. Another idea, very much played by Vichy, actually, is bishop d2. Where the idea is that after here, you take with a bishop on c3, and again, you're not weakening your queen side like this. So yeah, I've actually never seen. I mean, the equivalent to what White's doing would be to play e3, bishop g7 takes, and knight e2. But I've never ever seen this before, though. Who knows? It might get popular somehow. Gukesh has generally come up with the nicer ideas. Yeah, that's definitely true, Windfish Ballad. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I think Dings reacted pretty well to surprises, but maybe he was programmed into that. Maybe that's the good programming that he did for himself, to be expecting to be caught out a little bit and to be reacting well. But Gukesh has come up with some spicy ideas. I mean, I was listening to just a summary of a podcast by Fabiano. He wasn't very impressed with the A3 move. It seems, but I love this idea in the French A3 Bishop E3. Really nice concept, I thought. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Dings had a few nice. Dings found little things, for making some for getting an interesting game. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do think that part of the reason he's getting an interesting game is because Gukesh really wants one as well. It's I think probably Ding's preparation in this match could probably have been would have been neutralized by a player who was determined to do that. Oh, really? Does it really exist? Let me just. I'm surprised about it. Let me just have a little look. I'll just do a new game. Have a little look on ChessBase just to see what whether how many games there have been of that line, because it's totally. Oh yeah, no, there's not that many games. Just one player who's played it, Saleh, who's played it in a title Tuesday. Well, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to become. I think it's going to become popular. This one, right? It's. Yeah, it hasn't been played much as white in any case. Looking at the chess base anyway, and yeah. Anyway, with black, it's quite interesting. But anyway, just to give an idea, those are the ideas. Now, the other line that it really reminds me of actually is in the Taimanov Sicilian, where you do something like this move. And the idea then is to go knight takes d4 and knight c6 after. And the reason I mentioned that. No, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I've seen Belia. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't know it. It's but I'm not. I'm no longer. I no longer claim to be a theory god, so I can definitely not know stuff. This is quite well known in the Taimanov, and I just mention it because one of White's main replies here is to go knight b3 and leave those two knights looking at each other basically. So one of the main ideas one of the things that just occurs to me straight away is knight b3 for white. This is definitely would be one of the main ideas. Leave those two knights hanging, looking at each other, and decide what to do. I mean, for black, the typical reply then would be to go g6. You've got the knights like that, and play bishop g7, also very Grunfeldy. But what would be another idea for white? Well, I mean, c4 must be an idea for white. And you could sort of, I don't know really. I mean, you can maybe black captures. You can think of many things that could be done in this position. Yeah, I think black would probably after knight c6 would probably capture, takes, and you can look at many things there. I mean, bishop c6 is possible, and then you try and play and win this pawn somehow without losing your pawn structure back. Or you could simply play the move knight d2, and just play this. I mean, this is actually quite well known as a Catalan line, but normally without the knights being exchanged, and Lord knows who that favors. Normally, I'd expect it to favor black somehow that pieces are exchanged, but I don't know. It looks like I'm sure if when John Spielman starts looking at this, he'd quite enjoy this for white somehow. So c4 is definitely an interesting move. I can't really think there's going to be an alternative to d takes c4 unless black's idea is to take and go knight c6 and then do something like this. That might be the possibility. Oh, the Russian say it's only Taimanov with knight on e7. Belyavsky, rising star, indeed. Yeah. If we're looking for other stuff, what could we do? Well, I mean, bishop g5 is just something that just occurs to me randomly, just because of the idea of knight takes c6, forcing b takes c6. but is most likely not a very good move. Bishop f4, not inconceivable. Just yeah, e5, we take on c6, knight c6, bishop back. Nah, probably nothing particularly special. I mean, maybe you could look at something like knight c3 to try and play e4. Wouldn't expect that to be a huge amount. Maybe something like b3 or something, or bishop b2, but I'm not really sure. Let me just have a little look what I can. I'm just gonna put. I've got Leela standing next to me. I think I set it up quickly, so I think I've got it Leela running with massive contempt, but I'm not 100% sure I got that right. So do bear with me. I'll just set it up, and we'll see what Leela comes up with there. Hopefully with massive contempt. So let's have a look what Leela Live is saying there. And by the way, was let's just have a little look to see. C takes d4 wasn't Leela's first move, and nor was knight ge7. Only Leela's fourth move somehow. So yeah, not amazing there. But Leela's suggesting c4, knight b3, knight takes c6. So I'm not sure about that. c3 or b3, e4. Nothing too thrilling for white, I think, but yeah, quite interesting there. So G4, yeah, that's what we want. H4. What is H4? H4's down there. Look at that, H4. But Leela doesn't seem too impressed with H4 somehow. I think we're going to stay with the normal lines. I mean, let's have a look at C4. What's Leela saying? So, actually, interesting just to point out that that after C4, indeed, Leela not the keenest on D takes C4. I think this line would probably be quite pleasant for white somehow. Yeah, I think certainly. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's got the chances are just all whites there somehow. So Leela actually looking at taking on D4 and playing knight C6. And then the I'm looking at this. I don't think I've got my contempt right. Yes, let me try. Let me try something. I was trying to update to the latest all the latest Leela stuff somehow, but I don't think that the contempt has worked. It's always a little bit of always a little bit tricky to do that, unless Leela with contempt is just not seeing anything interesting. But normally you'll see G4 popping up if that's normally how you know. Engine, I'm just let me have a look. I'll put it on a maximum of 100,000 nodes for it. I always like to limit Leela when it's got high contempt, because if it's got more contempt, then yeah, it's got more nodes. It tends to get a bit depressed about stuff. Knight f3, not really. I'll have a look though. It could be a concept, but normally you sort of assume that to make progress you should put the knight not back to where it already is. But it's not crazy. I don't know where it is on Leela's move. Oh, Leela's not very impressed with it. It just feels a little bit like you're not really doing much. C4 from Ding, yeah. I think C4, 12 minutes, that's a very good practical choice. I mean, yeah, and knight takes D4 from Gukesh. So he's thoroughly prepared here. I think Ding is sort of, sometimes he looks to really avoid the preparation an awful lot. I think here he's just sort of saying, well, I'll go for the preparation. It's bound to be a small edge, and then we'll see what happens. He's not trying now to find something unusual. I think but I think if you were looking for something for possibly a bigger edge, you'd look for knight b3. That's my feeling. But c4 is a very reasonable move. So here in knight c6. So yeah, now you've got a bit of a choice really. Queen to f4 is what Leela's looking at, which is not an obvious move, I have to say, by any means. Queen d3, queen d2, all possible. Queen e3, they're all possible, really. So let's have a look what we can find. Just have a quick look at what Leela's looking at first. So queen f4 is the idea, and in principle that's quite nice. I mean, why do you put the queen on f4? Well, if black plays d4, you just want to have the rook coming over to d1, maybe be able to play e3 quickly. So just to be able to undermine the center. Now it gives the possibility of e5 and then queen e3, and the idea of that is that if black plays d4, we probably play bishop takes c6 check and queen takes c5. So if you're crazy, Leela, then you probably then you probably would consider that as a pawn sacrifice. But then d takes c4, and then yeah, I don't know. This is one of those lines somehow where I quite like white's pressure somehow, but obviously if you've prepared it very well, then you might be able to defend it properly. But yeah, I mean, we'll have a look at the lines in more depth, but if you're generally sort of getting a feel for it, you see Leela willing to sacrifice the exchange there, then black's under a little bit of pressure, is my feeling in this. But okay, it depends how well you've analysed it. Queen f4 is also not an obvious human move. Yeah, c3, ignore with knight e4 could also be quite nice as well. Loose horse, that's quite a nice idea. If we're looking at more normal moves, then yeah, queen d3 is more normal. Queen d2 is also possible, but you know, you see that quite often. But I'm struggling to think precisely why I'd want my queen on d2 rather than d3 if I can put it on d3. The only thing about queen d3 is that you'd have to have something ready against knight e5, forking the pawn. Leela's relaxed about that, so presumably Leela thinks that there's plenty of compensation, but I don't actually see it to start with knight e5. So that would be one thing. And Leela looking for yeah, something like this actually. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a slight edge, right? Because you get the knight to d5 here, you know, but nothing huge somehow. Yeah, black's quite all right there. But as I said, after queen d3, you have to think about this move knight e5. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit. You need to think about it seriously somehow. Probably the most natural human move, although it's a slightly odd one, is to go queen d2, or maybe yeah, queen d2. Maybe you'd sort of think about it because you're not sure about queen d3, knight e5, and queen d2. You feel, well, at least I'm keeping some development. E3, bishop c5, knight c3, and b3. Yeah, this would be a very natural way of playing as well. And to be honest, doesn't look stupid at all. You know, keep the queen on d2, and then that just you know, you're just ready to develop bishop on b2 and play here. That feels like a little edge somehow. You know, nothing huge, but perfectly fine as well. So and you might also consider queen d1, although that always feels, you always feel like you've, you know, like that can't be the best move, queen d1, you know, because you're just going back to base really. And then other moves, well, queen g4 might be an idea, but you get hit with e5, and yeah, it just looks all a bit wrong, really. Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit bananas to do that. So yeah, queen f4. That's if Ding thinks a very long time, but it's not at all obvious, right? There's a lot of stuff that you need to look at. Queen d3 maybe, but you've got to look at knight e5. Queen d2 to me seems the most likely move. Yeah, that's true. They've done a good job at Team Gukesh in principle. They haven't really given. They've given, you know, they've sort of given Queen d1 played by, right. That's not very ambitious from Ding, and he's also played it quite quickly as well. He might know it, but yeah, I don't know. D4 from Gukesh. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I can imagine he didn't want to get into this, which I don't. I'm not quite sure what the refutation would be. I mean, I'm guessing something like this is quite dangerous, maybe for black, but it's not 100% clear to me. But I'm surprised. I'm surprised Ding didn't go for Queen D2. Which seems more natural. But okay, this is Queen D1, D4, and E3. This is possible. And now, well, it's quite interesting actually. Black's got two choices now. He's got the move E5 and really the move Bishop C5. I mean, other moves are possible, but what? Oh wow! I've got a. This is a slightly older Leela here, but I definitely do have a contempt working there. So yeah, I mean, it's quite a fundamental choice here now. So it's quite an interesting opening, this actually, to be honest. So it's not dead at all somehow. So that's quite nice. Giving up the C5 square, game 11. Yeah, no, he played very quickly. He just played that. I think it was nerves really. It was very, very quickly, and just played a couple of bad moves and got himself in real trouble. I think that was nerves. That was just pure nerves because I can't think, it was one of the things where you say, I can't imagine any strong player. I can imagine a strong player doing it after 25 minutes of fruitless thinking and plays it with a depressed heart, but to play it that quickly, was very strange. It's yeah. I mean, Gukesh has had a couple of weak moments, but of course he ended up winning that game. So if you can have a weak moment like that and then it still end up winning the game, it's pretty impressive somehow. Predictions for this game is probably going to be a draw, right? You would have thought, but it is it's an interesting opening, slightly unbalanced, and yeah, interesting thing here is that Gukesh is thinking now. So I think maybe this was Ding's idea. Queen D1 was probably the line that I think probably you expect that Black's looked at Queen F4, which is the engine main line, although Ding might not know that. Certainly Queen D3. Gukesh will be prepared. Queen D2 is the most natural move, I think. So Ding's just gone for Queen D1 and E3, which is fine, and now Gukesh has to think. But it's a fundamental choice now, I guess. You're either going to choose to put a pawn on D4, or you're going to choose to just go with the old piece on D4. I'm trying to think what would be the most natural for me. To be honest, I would. Yeah, these positions are known and they're supposed to be fine for Black. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, White's always got things, right? White's always got stuff to hit that D pawn. Unprepared, I would be a little bit nervous about doing it. I would probably be thinking more about trying to maintain a piece on the center. The only slight worry about I'd be thinking I'd be dubious somehow because the only thing about that is that this sort of thing. It's just a very typical Catalan, right? Where you've got the queen side majority, you've got a bishop just sort of pinning down the queen side a little bit. Yeah. Whereas with E5, you've got your isolated pawn, but you are pinned down, but you've got free stuff somehow. So yeah, I'd be a little bit dubious about what I would have to do here as Black. I'm not quite sure what Gukesh will go for. Actually, that's going to be an interesting one to see. Yeah, Queen D2 blocks the bishop, but basically that you're going to get it out like this. That's the idea. And then why have the queen on D1? You have the queen on D2. And we were looking at lines like oh, have I deleted that? We were looking at lines like D4, E3, bishop C5. Knight c3, castles, and b3, and then bishop b2. And then the queen's nice because the rook can come back. It's quite well known. It's If you're talking about lines that where it's well known, for example, have a look at the Queen D4 Sicilian there. You know, where you often end up putting the queen back on D2 and then playing like this. It's yeah, you know, there's loads of lines like that where you do that. So that's why it sort of feels natural. So after bishop c5, I'm looking at Leela with contempt, and Leela with contempt after bishop c5, suggesting queen h5 there, which is quite quite nice, hitting the bishop on c5. So that's quite interesting. And obviously, the other move would be e takes d4 there, really. Part of me vaguely wonders about b4 in actual fact as well, just hitting the bishop. Just the idea is to take and then, oh, I don't know, bishop b2 or something like that, hitting that pawn, or even an e takes d4. It's all a bit bananas, but yeah, vaguely fun. But normally the two moves would be e takes d4, and then with crazy Leela suggesting queen h5, which might be a funny disruptive move, but I don't know whether it's got more points than you think. Most likely it has. I mean, the nice thing about queen h5, you can get the rook to d1 and pin this guy, but let's have a look. Let's have a look at the most natural moves and just see what's happening there. So bishop takes d4, I think, is what the engine's always saying. The point is, I think that after knight takes d4, then this idea of nah. Very good, Sam. So knight takes d4 would be met by b4 in actual fact, I imagine. And after takes, we go queen a4 check, which is rather awkward. Knight c6, of course, I just take and take on b4. So that's why you take with a bishop on d4. You could also take with the queen, I suppose. But that queen looks a little bit exposed. I mean, there's various ideas. I mean, even queen h5 is not so crazy, with some vague thoughts of going castles bishop e3, hitting that one. I mean, I don't know about queen here. I mean, it's all getting a little bit crazy, but you know, but queen d4 feels a little bit exposed. I mean, maybe just a queen e2 or something. It's possible, but would not be your first thought. So bishop d4, and then what can white do here? Lots of different things, I would imagine. He's played bishop c5, Gukesh, so he's keeping it safe. Yeah, I think e5 was interesting, but a little bit less. Well, yeah, I mean it's looser. You know, bishop c5 is more solid. So. Yeah, and then we've got queen h5. Is what Leela with contempt is suggesting. I'm not really sure that that will happen. There's also b4, knight b4, queen h5 from Leela with contempt. Again, not particularly sure that's going to happen. Although, you know, it's not absolutely as bananas as you might think, but. But it is kind of on the bananas side. It must be said. So I would expect Ding just to take on d4 there. And after bishop d4, we've got a few ideas. Now we can go knight d2 to f3, b3. That is a possibility. The most likely idea is to go knight c3, because you've also got stuff like knight b5 then and bishop f4. So after knight c3, I'm assuming black's going to go castles. And then let's have a look to see what Leela is saying here. So interesting from Leela. Leela giving queen b3 wouldn't have been my first move by any means. Queen b6 and then knight b5 here. That's quite interesting. Interesting choice from Leela. And then, whoa, Jesus, Leela going for the very unobvious. So actually winning the rook in the corner there. And then we've got a rook sacrifice from wow, a piece sacrifice from Leela, and Leela's claiming that this is well, a little bit better for white. Well, if we get that, I'll be flabbergasted, to be honest, I have to say. But interesting. Knight c3 castle. So queen b3 from Leela. Well, that's good. I wouldn't have expected that one. I think that queen d1 took Gukesh out of prep. This is a nice game for white, I think. Yeah, he's done quite well, Ding. I think he's got quite a nice. It's a typical position, right? You know, 3 against 2. Catalan bishop hitting the queen side. You can not get it quite right, or you can get it wrong somehow. You know, quite good. Yeah, a3 is a little bit weird, right? I mean, takes. Doesn't feel at all like what you want to do somehow. But it's this pressure, I think, that Leela's quite happy with, you know, and Black having some problems getting free, and you know, the knight ready to come into c3, e4, or b5. It's quite interesting, but yeah, I would be very surprised to see someone play a3 without preparation. I mean, I don't think Ding's in preparation here, so I'd be very, very surprised. I mean, Queen h5 also is an idea of Leela's there, and quite a sexy little idea, really. You know, just but it's quite sharp. You're going to be sacrificing the pawn on b2 or stuff like that. I wouldn't expect to see it, but it's probably got some quite interesting ideas somehow in it. But yeah, I like this idea of takes and knight c3. I mean, that feels like the most natural. And then, you know, what can Leela do? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously you would have played the queen to d2 if you were intending to play b3 and bishop b2. I mean, knight b5 straight away is a very natural idea from white, and then Black's got to decide what to do with this bishop. You can go back to c5. You can go back to b6. B6 less likely because this one's loose. Doesn't really feel right. I mean, back to c5 is possible. Sometimes you think about back to e5, but you're not really putting much pressure on the b2 pawn, and the bishop gets in the way of e6 to e5. You know, that's the nice thing is to play bishop c5, and then I guess you might want to play e5 later. I mean, I think you probably will have to. You could also, yeah. I mean, the a3 line is really weird, Windfish. I mean, I just can't. I can't believe that that you know, Leela would that Ding rather would do that somehow. But yeah, it's quite interesting. But yeah, it's feeling a little bit weird. I wouldn't have thought it would be the move for a crucial last round game somehow. I mean, you know, looking at this sort of position, obviously Leela's queen b3 is probably better than knight b5, but I am getting a sort of a feeling of, because I mean, you could do it here, right? I mean, this would also be quite interesting somehow. You could definitely do it here, you know, and ask Black even maybe. Well, no, I mean, you can't. I was thinking about interposing exchange of queens, but it would cost you a pawn. Although I have to say that even this feels like somewhat like some compensation somehow. But I mean, you could do something like this, right? And I mean, this would be probably, yeah. Well, winning is a big word, but this would be very, very strong for white. And it is a nice. I do quite like the idea of doing this, and then you do this, and then, you know, Black's wasted a tempo going back to c5 and then taking. This would be interesting. I mean, I guess Black should try and keep the queens on somehow, you know, probably true. But yeah, I don't know. This is quite interesting, you know. I mean, I'm thinking of sacrificing this pawn. If you go the rook to d8, I'll have queen h5 hitting f7. So I'm not sure. I probably need some sort of good idea here, but you know, maybe a queen e2, a rook c1, try and play some c5. I don't know. Quite interesting. I mean, the other move that black can play is to play the move e5 here. With the idea that if knight takes d4, I'm not quite sure whether you've got a different move. Kind of feels like you should do it, really. You know, black can decide that queen d4 or knight d4 or even e takes d4. E takes d4 feels all wrong to me. I mean, I go bishop f4, right? And I mean, it's got these nice guys pointing towards here. It might be all right for black. I mean, black's got, you know, it's those things there where, you know, black's got plenty of room. He's got nothing really to worry about, maybe. Maybe this is okay for black. Just feels a bit weird to do this. Feels like you just give white, you know, some nice stuff for free, and that's always a little bit annoying, but it might be okay. Knight takes d4 is possible as well. It's just that I think, you know, you could look for moves like b3. I mean, b7 is hanging. You've got irritating moves like there or there, and f4. I don't know whether black's quick enough to start. Black's got to be just quick enough to start irritating you, but I don't know whether he will be. Maybe he will be, but I do quite like white there somehow. So yeah, I mean, I wonder whether Ding's going to be thinking for quite a long time here. Might well be. I have to say that this move does appeal to me an awful lot. The idea is if bishop b4, I go e takes d4. Queen d4, I've got bishop c6 check. Maybe he's just thinking, yeah, it's an interesting one, Windfish. I mean, e takes d4. I think probably Ding is just sort of pretty sure that black will take back with a bishop on d4 if he goes e takes d4. And he's maybe just sort of trying to think, you know, what sort of plan do I want? Do I want to go knight d2 or do I want to go knight c3? I mean, it's not a very sharp position, so I don't think you're particularly worried that you're going to get short of time and ruin something. So maybe he's just trying to settle himself and not move too quickly, you know. But yeah, I mean, you could have just played a quick e takes d4 and just tested black out to see what he's going to do. I don't think Ding's going to be spending time on queen h5, interesting though it is. I think queen h5 is more a move that you play if you're prepared, really, you know. But yeah, I can't imagine. But never say never. But yeah, I find it hard to believe. I mean, there are kind of interesting things, really. I don't know. I don't quite know what black's reaction to it would be. You sort of feel intuitively you take the queen out of the line of the rook. So because if you go something like, for example, bishop e7, which is maybe a bit passive, then you have a bad feeling about rook d1 and this sort of thing, you know. So I guess that queen e7 is the most natural. Queen b6 maybe also possible, but feels like you're away from the king side, right? So in general, queen e7 I think would be the sort of the balance move I'd be looking at. I mean, I don't know whether there's whether you could do a little old crazy Leela stuff. I mean, there's lines where I'm, you know, in a blitz game, I'd definitely be thinking about it, right? I mean, b4. If you go knight b4, I would be thinking about something like. I've got a couple of ideas. Bishop a3 is one idea. The idea being it takes. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, would be one idea. With the idea of takes bishop g7, that would be the one of the ideas. And if castles, you go e takes d4, and then you just claim that, oh well, I've got you know, it's just given me some nice pawns for that. I get to have a look at knight c2, you know, for there. That would be an interesting thing to check. And if e takes d4, well, I mean, maybe black could put the bishop back, and you're just claiming that you're going to win the exchange there. It's possible. It's a possibility. The one interesting thing, I mean, you've got all sorts of interesting lines, right? Because the big trick is castles, bishop e4. I'm threatening that one and that one. So you're not quite able to castle yet. That's the point. And of course, if you took on there, I could take on here. And well, do something like this, for example, plenty of compensation for white. So I'm not 100% sure about that, whether you could really go knight c2 or not. And if you went bishop b4, well, I can do the same simply, I guess, yeah. That's one possibility. Another idea would be to go knight d2 in this position, with the idea of takes knight e4, also quite dangerous. I mean, crazy Leela would be... oh, audio issues. Oh, do you... is anyone else having that? I maybe actually was not quite talking directly to my microphone for a moment there. I sort of slipped on my chair. Audio okay for you? Okay. Do let me know if you've got problems. If I'm, I think I was maybe sort of leaning and no longer talking to the microphone somehow. So do let me know if that's the case. I had a weird thing this morning where it wasn't okay. Audio fine as well. Okay, I think maybe I was sort of slipping there briefly. Yeah, I think I was leaning so weirdly somehow. I think I was doing something. But do let me know if there's anything. This is very interesting as well. This is really interesting to play knight d2, knight e4. Again, not really sure that we'll be seeing that. This queen b3 move is interesting from Leela. It's all about putting pressure on this pawn, and you don't want to allow black to play bishop d7. Hopefully, because you'll go queen b7. Though never 100% sure about. Oh no, this is not going to be good, is it? Oh, maybe you can escape. Maybe that's okay. Though I would sort of tend to think that. I mean, you've got knight c2 here, bishop c3, and takes on here. There's oh, the video was also stuttering. Okay, it's fine. Okay, well, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's the vast number of people on the stream. So well, I don't know. Maybe Santa tripped over the cable. You can't get out of prep if you don't prep at all. That's a very good one, USA. It's a very, very good one. I really want to. That's a really great one, I have to say. I'd like to highlight that somehow. That's absolutely amazing. I can't. Can I favorite it? Ah, there we are. I favorited it, USA. That's a really good. That's a really good one. So there's vaguely the idea, yeah. Although this feels a little risky to me, right? I'm not 100% sure that this is really what I want. So why would Leela say? Just have a quick check. Is Leela still? Oh, Leela's saying knight a3 now. Leela's gone all sexy on us. Oh, actually, it's very similar to this. Actually, exactly what I was looking at with well, with not exactly, but with knight c3 to b5. I guess Leela's idea is if the bishop goes back to c5, we play bishop e3 and we can take back with a knight. Haha, very nice. But this was the position I was wondering about. Whether this was maybe b3 is what I said. It was maybe okay for black. And Leela's tending to agree with that. It's one of those things where I'm very irritated that I've had to stop hoovering. Ah, yeah. No, I've reduced the stream. It wasn't a problem earlier on, but I've just gone. Audio is gone again. Ooh. I can try and no. Seems weird. Everything's looking quite. Yeah, all the stats are looking quite normal on my side. But yeah, just keep me. Just tell me if there's if everyone just sort of shouts, then you know, then we'll do it. But yeah, it's one of the positions where basically, you know, I'm just annoyed. I'm just annoyed that I've given up my bishop pair. That just annoys me. And also, the fact that there are lots of weak dark squares. It feels a bit weak around the dark squares, and I've given up my dark square bishop. I just feel annoyed about it. On the other hand, black's got quite a nice. He's got quite a nice amount of space somehow, and some good free spots. You see what Leela's doing here. The bishop comes to f5, the queen, sort of coming to f6, and the rooks come to d8. You can sort of say, well, what's wrong with that? It's just that it's sort of got the seed of disaster to it. That if you haven't got some nice activity, if you don't keep on playing actively, then you might get into trouble. And there's always this b7 pawn that's very irritating to try and defend properly. I would much rather be white, to be honest, in this sort of position. Oh, look at Leela. Leela now going for my way of playing it with a knight on b5. Audio never faded in Holland. Well done, USA. Exactly. Really, Fabiano? Golly. That's quite a statement from Fabiano, but yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Little ideas, really. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Dings played at e takes d4. Dings played at e takes d4. 18 minutes. He's playing all right with the time, isn't he? I mean, he's not doing too badly. But Leela now has moved to the GM move and is saying knight b5. So let me just put that on there. And I mean, Ding should play fairly quickly now, really, you would have thought. I mean, after knight c3, Gukesh isn't going to take on c3. So, I think that's going to be fine. It's really only a choice between putting something on c3 or a3 or playing knight d2. But yeah. It's not very much. So Leela's no longer keen on queen b3. That's fair enough. I'd expect Ding to play reasonably quickly now. I mean, he can't have been expecting black to do anything else but bishop d4, really. I mean, it's not really that much. But yeah, knight c3 to b5, as you can see from the arrows. That's the Leela plan now, and it's the GM plan as well. Yeah, I don't know whether that's Fabiano. Well, Fabiano's not really clickbaity, really. Although obviously they are promoting their podcast quite heavily. You always feel, but yeah, I think it's overstating it a little bit. But I understand. It's definitely got a germ of truth to it. I mean, you can understand that quite a few of Ding's ideas have not been particularly impressive, and you do sort of think, if he'd been playing a Karyakin or a Nepo, with their very clear desire not to have a game as black, whether he would have achieved anything at all. Whereas the point is he's playing Gukesh, who's always looking for a fight, right? So, yeah, then it's not too difficult to get a fight, whatever you do. So I can understand the point to it. I feel it's a little bit over the top, but I can understand the point to it. Ding 30 minutes ahead. He's blitzing USA. Ding's looking quite okay so far. Yeah. Hedging my bets. It's a good quote, certainly a good quote. It does make you intrigued to hear it. Fabiano's quite good, though. I mean, he's sort of saying what he thinks, but in quite an undercooled way somehow. It's just how he talks, and he's just saying, what he thinks. Magnus too is also quite interesting, but you always feel there's a little bit of an edge to it somehow, some serious criticism, whereas Fabiano's just sort of often comes across like, well, this is just the way it is, I can't say anything else, it's just the truth, and I'm just going to say it like this. But he's always quite calm the way he says stuff. Yeah, this is Sese. Sese is still looking at queen b3. But actually, leading to... Oh, Sese is still looking at this crazy line. have to say I'm yeah, queen b, knight c3 from Ding. That's good. A little bit could have played it just a little bit quicker. But 3 minutes is not bad at all. Yeah, bishop takes c3. I will, if that happens, I'm absolutely shocked. Really, I mean, Leela's arrows are showing very nicely what's going to happen here. You know, you've got no control over your dark squares at all. So there will just be no need to do it at all. If bishop c3 happens, then I'm claiming a white win already, I think. But what is quite interesting, though, wow, is that after e5, bishop e3 takes. Leela's sort of claiming that this is actually quite okay. Yeah, you're just sort of just organized enough, really, to do this. So obviously, it's slightly tighter than you might think. So that sort of begs the question somehow always. So bishop c3, I was assuming this was just really just good for. I guess that's the point, right? I mean, black's defensive structure seems to be if you can put the pawn on e5 and the king on c7 and not get hit by something on d6, then that's okay. But if you do bishop takes c3 already, then you'll get hit with bishop a3. I'd be very amazed to see somebody taking on c3, to be honest. So knight b5 from Ding, excellent. Following the engine main move. And now just a little bit of a question for Gukesh. He's got to decide what he wants to do. Is it going to be bishop c5 or is it going to be e5? But I think if you've prepared this, then it's going to be, you know, it's going to be e5. I mean, you see the difference here in the probability. Yeah, it's that bishop c5, Leela's seeing all of a sudden a huge jump and a big decrease in draw possibility. Actually, Leela's not looking at anything amazing, just queen e2, looking to play bishop e3 and then secure the dark squares for yourself. Oh, not even actually. Oh, well, okay, b3 then, and rook d1, bishop e3. Oh, bishop e3 there, that's right. Leela just looking for this, and then the knight's coming into e4, c5, or d6 simply. It's a nice edge for white. So you're not going. I mean, if you get that again, then I'm starting to get worried about Gukesh. So I think he's got to really take that decision to play the move e5. But this is very nice for Ding, really. I think. I mean, I think he's in terms of if he had the feeling, you know, I wanted to. I don't want to play. Well, he said it was a bit funny. Mike Klein asked him, "Is there going to be a short draw?" He said, "No, there's not going to be a short draw, but there can't be a short draw, right? Because they can't have one. So there's going to be 40 moves anyway." But in terms of having a decent position that you can play and maybe just have a little bit of a look to see how black plays, this is very nice from Ding. I mean, in principle, it's quite good preparation from Gukesh too, right? So, but yeah, you know, he's going to have to do a little bit of work just to stay solid and stay tough. So just have a look. Yeah, crazy Leela was, or Leela with contempt was not looking at knight b5. Wanted something else. But yeah, I mean, the engines are pretty, yeah, you know, kind of pretty. Oh, good lord! I almost switched to berserk there. It's yeah, the engines are generally pretty happy with black's position. Takes, and then we've got to work out what we're going to do there. Cesar's saying 0.00, but yeah, we'll see about that. So I think e5 is more or less the only move, and I would sort of think that e takes d4 is the move, really. I'm not 100% sure how bad knight takes d4 is, but yeah, I think e takes d4 is the most natural. Trying to say why I think it's the most natural, really. I think it's just that feeling that you're taking away squares. It's that feeling of space, I think, that makes it feel natural. You know, I'm because in some ways, getting an isolated pawn and a deep pawn that could be attacked is not natural. But I think it's the idea, the feeling of space somehow, the feeling that you're getting some sort of compensation. You're taking away squares from the pieces. The diagonals now really blocked. You're thinking of your future development. That's why it sort of feels like it's the move that you should play. I think that's the point. But yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I'm trying to think, why do I think that's really natural? But yeah, it does sort of feel, it feels like the move you really should be thinking of playing. Here, this feels like, this bishop has got the e3 square, which is nice. I've got the bishops pointing towards. I can undermine with f4. I just feel like white is going to be a bit better here, simply. Whereas e takes d4 feels a bit more like it's a fight. It's I don't think that knight takes d4 is huge, though. I mean, it's not huge. Maybe you wouldn't be amazed to see a black player playing it either. But the thing, you just got to work out how you're going to deal with this pawn and how you're going to do that. And white's got moves like rook e1 to attack the pawn and stuff like this. So just got to be a little bit careful about all that. But yeah. But okay, let's have a look. Let's just have a little look at these lines. E takes d4, and then we'll have a look to see what we can do. So one of black's ideas is just go bishop e6, queen d7, bishop h3. If you can swap off the light squared bishops, that would probably be quite good. I mean, also putting the bishop to g4 somehow, maybe with bishop e6, queen d7, bishop g4 is not stupid. Because it's a little bit of I'll just show you what I mean. Let's just make some random moves, nothing too amazing. b3 here, bishop b2, queen d7, rook c1. Let's just do something strange like this. But a move like bishop g4 is quite interesting. I mean, it's attacking the queen, so it might give you the idea of going d3 and bishop e2, which would be quite nice. If you go to rook on e8, you might be able to use the e2 square. And obviously, if you go f3, then this guy here is not very happy. So that is a possibility. The only thing you would have to watch out in these sort of cases, and it's worth pointing out as an idea, is the idea of bishop takes c6 here as an intermezzo. Obviously, we take on d7. And if you go queen takes c6, I go queen d4, hitting this one and this one. I can defend with queen g6, and your light squares are weak. But it's you could conceivably. Oh, thank you, USA. You could conceivably keep your light squares there, and you've got quite a nice diagonal there. So that's another thing you have to watch out. I mean, b3 is my favorite move. I mean, bishop b6 is going to attack the pawn, so you just play b3 to protect it. The only other question you could have is whether I should try and play a move like b4 somehow. That would be. Should I try and get that in somehow? I mean, you could also. So, I mean, let's have a look. b3 is one idea. Something to play b4 immediately has to be considered, because this move could be a bit irritating. But black's got the move a5 here, which should be fine. So that'll work. So not immediately, but something to achieve b4. Bishop d2 possible to play b4. But I think that if you do try and do it, bishop d2, for example, then black will probably play a5 anyway. So I don't think you're going to be given b4 for free. So maybe not worth particularly playing for it. Another move could be to play the move queen b3. That's possible. Just stopping, hitting the pawn on b7 and asking black what he's going to do there. It's not completely obvious. Maybe black would play a move like queen b6. I know this looks very ugly, but you've got getting some extra pressure on these queenside pawns. Maybe it's quite a well-known structure in the Tarrasch. This for black, and it's also known. Take, indeed. Oh, thank you, USA. Thank you so much, USA. That's really sweet of you. So queen b3 could be another move. So b3, just solid. Queen b3, bishop d2 is possible too, and I guess bishop f4 as well. But you might want to just try and and wait for it. If you've really read Game Changer, then maybe h4. You'll be thinking about this maybe. I don't think even Crazy Leela's coming up with that. And yeah, I think that's basically more or less it. Yeah, so let's have a look at the most likely move there, b3. And yeah, black's got to decide where to put the bishop. Yeah, maybe you feel there's not much point putting it on e6. Why not put it on f5 somehow? Covers d3. You've got all your possibilities, but the bishop's just a little bit more active. And then for white's got a couple of possibilities. You've got to decide where to put the bishop. I mean, f4 is kind of a nice square. b2 very obvious. Bishop a3. Yeah, it's nice to hit the rook, but it's hard to see really why you'd want to do that. I mean, you could. This sort of thing is possible. You could go bishop a3 and then b4. Maybe that's actually not so stupid. It could be a bit stupid. You could end up looking very stupid when you do this, and people say, "Have you got you're just making random moves, no positional understanding whatsoever." I mean, that's the thing about this black plan. I think this is maybe nice to show. I mean, this could get this. This is the sort of thing that you're aiming for. So white's got to be a little bit careful with that. So bishop b2 is possible. Just looking for bishop c6, queen d4. That wouldn't be a huge edge for white, but it would be probably a bit of an edge. Also stream for tiebreak. Yeah, tiebreaks would be quite fun. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what would happen there. So, but that would be pretty tense. Tiebreaks are always quite fun. Yeah, I'm definitely streaming for the tiebreaks if they're there tomorrow. So, and don't forget tonight, 8 o'clock English time, there's Leela night odds against Awanda Liang. So, big match taking place. So also streaming that as well. I'm virtually a full-time streamer nowadays. So, I mean, one interesting line here would be to play the move d3, right? That feels kind of natural, and we're sort of thinking about this sort of stuff. Also rook e8 as well. Some interesting possibilities. I mean, g4 is one thing that occurs to me somehow. Not 100% obvious, actually, what to do. But because if you go bishop g6, I want to go f4 here and just threaten f5 to block out your bishop. And if you go f5, then I've got some hopes here somehow. Yeah, that might, and I might even be able to. Well, I could go bishop d5 check and queen takes here actually. And if takes, I can come queen c3, hit that pawn. That might be quite dangerous. Or even if I'm awake, then I play f5 and play f6 afterwards. Money rolling in. Tiebreak with Connect 4. Yeah, it would be nice to just make them play a different game, right? Let them play shogi or something, or that game where I don't know whether you've ever seen it. It's a children's game where you've got a doctor, you've got a patient, and you're the doctor, and you've got to take out something from the patient's appendix without and keep your hand steady. That would be a good one. The time control is no, it's 10. Is it 10 plus 5 to start with, or 15 plus 10? It's quite a generous time control for Awanda. So I think Awanda is going to be the favorite to start with. And then maybe, thank you, Morris. Thank you. So I think that Awanda's going to be the favorite to start with. But it's like the David Navarro match that if he wins quite comfortably, then he's going Operation. That's the one, Danger Mouse. Then if he's going to Operation, hey, everyone knows it. Then if he wins too comfortably, then he's going to reduce the time control. I think somewhere around 5 plus 3 is where it starts getting quite dicey. Yeah, it's going to be a good one, I think. It should be a nice one. I think 5 plus 3 is where it starts getting tricky for the human player, that accidents can really happen. But, oh, Jenga, that would be great. Well, that would also be very dramatic, right? Because, if you get it wrong and the whole thing collapses, that's your world championship in first-person shooters. That would also be quite That would be a very tension relieving way of doing it. It's but bishop b2, yeah, g4 is actually quite interesting. F4. Not stupid. I mean, something like queen d2 is possible, but then maybe knight d4. Always interested as to how these are going to turn out. Because I mean, taking here is quite risky somehow. I mean, there's ideas like here, right, and then queen d7 and queen b7. I don't know whether this is good compensation for black. You feel like it should be, but I'm not 100% convinced it is somehow. So much fun to play. 10 draws against Leela, but no wins. Yeah, it is incredibly hard to win. Yeah, it's true. It's Quake 3 Arena 1-on-1. It's oh, bishop b6 from Gukesh. I am surprised. I am surprised. I mean, in all fairness, I don't know. I don't know whether e5 would be as clear to me, during a game as it is now. But bishop b6 looks really worrying somehow, yeah? But I guess that, I mean, Gukesh will play e5 at some stage, but, ooh, 0.71. Wow, wowsies. That's quite a jump from Sese. And Leela also very keen. That is a huge jump. Wow. Crazy Golf would also be a good tiebreaker, I think. Could go on forever, though. That is a huge jump. Yeah, bishop b6 felt really wrong somehow. I don't know what was the second move? Was it bishop c5? Yeah, bishop c5 felt a bit better than bishop b6 somehow. It's only Leela's fourth move, with a 0% chance of it ever being the best one. Wow. I mean, of course, Ding can't see the jump, so that's also true. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that we need to do is to calculate some tactics here, because it's a surprising move. I do think it's a surprising move. But of course, I think what Gukesh is thinking, I'm going to play a6 and chase the knight away. So he's obviously expecting that any jumps into to d6 or anything like that might backfire. Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably frisbee golf. Oh God. I'm thinking that Gukesh doesn't think that he's worse at all, and that this is that he's just going to play a6, chase the knight away, and he's calculated that the knight can't come into d6. That is basically what I think he's thinking. So we've got to see why that wouldn't be the case. Sese falling a little bit as well, so it's obviously not so crazy. I mean, I was actually suggesting bishop e3 against bishop c5, which seemed quite reasonable to me. And it's very reasonable as well, because we're threatening c5 as well. So, that seems like that is definitely one move I'd be interested in. Bishop f4 feels like it might get hit by e5. So I'm wondering why that would be a good idea, to get hit by e5 just like that. b3 is an interesting idea, because you get the idea of playing bishop a3, hitting the rook, and also playing c5. But I mean, a6, I presume, would be Gukesh's idea there. I'm wondering whether Leela's previous move of previous idea of queen b3 could be interesting, just because it's not any particular knowledge or thought behind it. It's just that with a6, the bishop's getting loose and my queen's on there. So, I'm vaguely thinking, could I do something like knight d6 with the idea of takes. It's not going to work, right, because of knight d4, but that's vaguely what I'm thinking. Maybe I'd go look at rook d1, though queen f6 might be irritating here. Might be working myself into problems, though. Yeah, again, this is the problem when you start looking at lines like this. You start thinking, oh, have I got some possible ideas? But yeah, queen b3. And what Leela's looking at is queen e2. And then the question for me is, okay, well, what's wrong with a6? Because after queen e2, Leela is not saying a6. Leela is saying the move e5. And then rook d1, queen f6, bishop e3, and then knight d4. Actually, Leela's wants a similar sort of position, but yeah, actually, black's got a bishop rather than a knight, and strangely enough, Leela likes that. But it's hard to cover the b7 pawn. You're threatening b4, c5. That's why Leela doesn't like this very much. But I think after, if we're looking at Leela's move, which is queen e2, we have to look at a6. Taurus chess pieces, that would be a good lord. Yeah, bishop f2, that sort of thing. Who scores better against odds? Leela! Yeah, that would be great. We start with queen odds. 1+0, maybe. Give them the 1 minute challenge. Poor Ding. We're going bananas, I think. Wait a minute. Oh, bishop e3. Yeah, no, the point about it is that I really want to exchange off the dark squared bishop. And actually, this I'm also thinking that I could play the move knight d4 later, and actually, maybe get my pawns straightened out, and then have the bishop attacking here, and well, actually, also having the f-file open when my knight's coming into d6. It feels like it connects everything somehow. I mean, it's a weakness, it's true, but I'm not really worried about weakness. For the moment, I'm sort of thinking, dynamics are pretty good, and for black, it's not easy to get the pieces developed. Something like bishop d7, I'll have c5 when my knight comes in here, attacking here, connecting up to here. I'm sort of thinking I'm going somehow with my pieces. It's more the dynamics feel good. And I'm also sort of feeling that probably knight d4 and e takes d4 will happen sometime. Then my weaknesses will be gone. I'm kind of thinking that the dynamics are really nice for white. That's why I like it somehow, But let's have a look at queen e2 a6. I guess that Leela is thinking rook d1 there after queen e2 a6. But it's not totally clear to me because, well, I mean, if you go knight d4, then of course that is clear, right? I mean, this is always going to be good. We're probably just winning a pawn already, I think. Queen e5 here. So that's really good. But what I'm thinking of, can't I just play a queen somewhere and then have a knight d4 afterwards when you try and come into d6? So, for example, queen e7, I think is normal. Knight here, and then I want to play a knight d4 here. Give a square to get a square. A 4 tiebreaker. I mean, the ultimate airplane movie thing would be if they actually just were given a tie and they had to break it, right? I mean, with their bare hands, that would be really good. So why isn't this possible? Why after queen e2 can't you just play a6, rook d1, and queen e7? I think that is kind of the move. That is the thought that I'm not really able to explain to myself at the moment. Knight d6, knight d4. Because you haven't got this intermezzo knight d8 because black's got the intermezzo knight e2, so you can't do that. If it was a right and just world, then takes a knight f5 would be good. But I mean, basically any move for black holds this fine, so that's not. So why on earth wouldn't this? I mean, queen e5 would be another move, but we just go f6, right? I mean, you could go knight c8 there, but I don't think that white's particularly better in this position. We've just got e5 coming in. So why on earth wouldn't a6 be a good move for black? Leela really is saying queen e2 still. I find that very mysterious. Incredibly mysterious in actual fact. Incredibly mysterious. Leela, what are you on here? Why on earth do you think that this would be good for... I mean, the only thing surely not. Maybe. The only other thing I could think of would be that you would play bishop takes c6 here, in actual fact. But I can promise you it wasn't on my... I mean, obviously, ab5, bishop b5 is very good. Actually, even this one's not able to come out. But would you really be claiming that this is better for white? Does knight c3? Does knight c3 the crowd wants? Yeah, maybe. Knight c3 is not so silly actually, because you just realize all of a sudden that e5 allows knight d5, and knight d4, presumably I can just play the move queen e4. Then I'm threatening bishop e3. You're not much closer to getting developed, I guess. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe it's just that simple. Yeah. The black pieces here, the bishop on b6, queen e7, are particularly poorly placed to play e5 with the knight on coming to d5. Yeah. Yeah, bishop c6 didn't really feel like it was the... Well, it's interesting, right? I mean, it would be interesting. If you went c5 to open up the bishop, I'd probably take off and claim that this one's appalling, which it kind of is. b3 from Ding. Not queen e2, but b3 was quite a good move. A decent move, anyway. But now the engines think that that a6 is possible, which is fair enough, and bishop d4, so you bring the bishop back. I think this was probably not sure, Lucian. I mean, there's been loads of theory that's been... Depends how far back you want to go, right? I mean, yeah, I don't think the new engines compared to those from a month ago or something are finding anything that's too different compared to 10 years ago, or 5, or even probably 2 or 3. Then loads of them, loads and loads of them, of course. But does depend a bit how far back you want to go. I'm guessing that this was what Gukesh was preparing, right? So bishop d4 and then e5. So he just wanted to get the bishop out of the way, but he thought that he could come back and play the move e5. So yeah, it wasn't obvious. Queen e2 wasn't obvious why it was so strong for white. So b3 is a very natural move there. I mean, I don't think when Ding played knight b5, he was really thinking that he would have such an enormous advantage. Yeah, I think he was just thinking it was just an annoying move for black, and we'll see. And b3 is pretty logical there. So, but I'd be surprised if Gukesh did anything else, but a6. That knight d6. Obviously, there's bishop d4, which is just very good. I suppose you could try and make this work for white, but would seem to be a bit excessive, really. It's probably not that bad, probably quite decent, but I wouldn't expect it from Ding. So knight c3 and then bishop d4. That feels very much like what Gukesh was intending. Yeah, and then we have to think where we want to go, right? I mean, we could play queen d2 again, but that would be too that would be too scary. Well, you'd really feel that you should have played queen d2 before then. Queen c2 is possible according to Leela, although you've got to be sure that knight b4 is not dangerous. I guess a little bit of reflection, you realize it's not particularly, but somehow hard to allow yourself to do that. Bishop b2 would be a very reasonable move. I kind of expect queen d2 a bit more, to be honest, but bishop b2 is also possible. And after e5, maybe something like queen e2. You're just looking for rook d1 and then eventually knight d5. That would be a very natural human way to play, I think. Yeah, in all fairness, that would be very natural. I think that, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, White's threatening, pardon me, bishop a3. Oh, I'm going to need some coffee soon, I think. Bishop a3 and knight d6. So I can't believe that you're not going to play a6 here. It doesn't make any sense. Bit surprised he's thinking, actually. Maybe he's not at the board. I can't really think of anything that black would that white would play. I mean, you could play takes and knight d6, but that would be a hell of a decision, I have to say. Or would it be a hell of a decision? It's kind of intriguing, you know, because basically the idea is that you're just whatever you do with black, unless it's bishop d7. If you play here, I'm just going to take on c8, and all I'm doing is I'm claiming that I've got a better pawn structure, and you can't exploit my light squares in it. That's actually quite interesting. Because takes, I was wondering actually all of a sudden about something like, no, that's not even going to be dangerous. So you have to take on c6, and then I go knight d6. This could be quite interesting, actually. The question is whether there's a sneaky tactic. I am looking at the sneaky tactics, but I can't make it work. Yeah, I mean c5 I take on c8, and e5 I take on c8, and I've definitely got an edge there. But it is a6 that they're saying, so the engines presumably don't think that's particularly amazing somehow. It looks like a little edge to me. I mean, the only thing that you could do is to play the move. Oh, sorry. Here is to play the move bishop d7, and just try and claim basically, you know, I've got. I'm going to keep this guy, and then afterwards I'm going to have compensation on the light squares. I'm not quite sure how to do this. I mean, c5 is interesting here. With the idea of takes, I go here. Takes, because after takes, I take here. It's not even a draw by repetition. The queen can get out, I think. But you could just play the bishop back to here, for example. And bishop b2, or even just... I'm getting vaguely tempted by this, you know. Quite a nice concept just to take on c6. Quite nice. Maybe it's a bit too drawish. I don't know. But in terms of playing, yeah, in terms of playing for a slight edge and not worrying, it's an interesting idea. I wonder whether Gukesh is thinking about it, because I'm just what I'm kind of trying to work out is why Gukesh is thinking. That's because a6 really does feel natural. I mean, the other move might be something like queen f6, but I think we just get hit with our bishop e3 here somehow, which is going to be even better because we gain a tempo on the queen. I mean, you can play queen e5, but I'm not even sure I'm worried about the pawn, right? I mean, I might just go queen d6 here and just claim that I'm better. Even after here, I would have thought I am, to be honest. I mean, this pressure here. a6 played, okay. Well, if Ding plays bishop takes c6, yeah, no, I think bishop c6, ab. I mean, I think we can just take on here, you know, again with the same sort of idea somehow. I was wondering whether I could do it or not. I mean, I can play bishop f2. I was actually wondering whether to take the queens off first as well, because I can play bishop f2 here. Because rook f2, there's queen d1, and king f2, I've got queen f6, forking, which might turn out to be quite decent for black. But I guess that after after a takes b5, I can play queen d8 first, and then bishop b5, and this is probably, you know, You don't have any tricks. Oh, and go bishop d4, I suppose. Interesting. Maybe we can really do it somehow. A takes b5, bishop b5, bishop f2. That'd be a great one. I mean, in all fairness, you could also play bishop d4 in this position, couldn't you? That would be possible as well. But bishop f2 has kind of a nicer feel, because if you ignore it with king g2, then I go bishop d4. And then if the rook moves and a2 is hanging, oh, it's actually not very good then, it looks like. So then I need to go queen, yeah. But if I exchange off, I go bishop d4 here. Bishop g5, I've got f6 simply. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't probably if I played here and did this, I certainly wouldn't be worse as white. But I guess I wouldn't be better with black. Bishop d7, I wouldn't be better with white. I could do something like this. We've got our, I can't go bishop c4, but even takes would be probably all right. Bishop d5. Bishop d4, rook a2. Yeah, that's a good idea there. So I think, yeah, it's an interesting idea. Yeah, but it's not so stupid. I think if you got this, then it might actually be interesting to play. But a takes b5 looks like it's going to solve that somehow. So okay, knight c3. So I think, and then I think Gukesh will play bishop d4 afterwards, and yeah, I kind of expect Ding to just play normally like this and just claim a tiny edge with the square on d5. Zukertort opening. Is that a Zukertort opening? I don't think so. Zukertort is the Colle, right? I think. Oh, you mean with colors reversed? Yeah, indeed. That sort of thing, indeed. I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and possibly a biscuit. Who knows? Who knows? I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh, let me put Leela on, because Leela's more exciting than this. And I'll just make sure Leela's fine too, like that. There we are. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right, I am back. D4, D6, C4, and E5. Well, actually, I've gone for a penguin, because I thought of a pending or something like that. So oh, Mm, that's a very good question. I think the best biscuit is the custard cream. That is a biscuit I can just eat packets and packets of, I have to say. Chocolate digestive's also very good. Yeah, Tom, I was wondering, I was analysing this knight d6 idea somehow. But yeah, no, he's just going back. He's yeah, no, I mean, he's playing, I think the line that he's going to play queen e2. That was what I was thinking. I think he's just gone for something solid somehow. But b3 wasn't very ambitious somehow, you know. But yeah, no, it was quite. Yeah, I mean, we were looking at we were actually looking, Tom, instead of after a6, we were looking at playing bishop takes c6. The idea just to take and then just take that bishop and claim you're better. Bourbon better than custard cream. Oh, Tom, now this is actually getting quite controversial, this stream. I could actually see that I think I might have to step in and start moderating soon. Yeah, my mum bought. Yeah, it's terrible, really. But my every Saturday, my sister-in-law goes park running. I used to too, but I've torn my hamstring. But one of my smallest nephews got a slight problem with his leg, so he comes round to grandma's whilst the family is out. And my mum just ends up buying, like packets and packets of biscuits and everything. So I'm just looking in the just in case he might like something. So I'm just looking in the pantry. I'm at my parents at the moment, and just seeing just some masses of those biscuits and everything. I just can't resist. But this is this was what we were looking for, looking at. But actually, one of the nice things is black could have taken on b5 and then played bishop takes f2. That was the thing, Tom. So king f2, queen f6 check is actually rather irritating, I think. Oh no, yeah, oh that's right, yeah, bishop f4, e5. Felt irritating. Bishop h3 coming. So oh, Ding's put the queen on d2. That's surprising to me. Ooh, the fig roll. Fig roll's also very good. Fig roll is also excellent. Excellent, yes. Oh God, I've had so many of those. Oh. I mean, custard creams and fig rolls, they were really they were really fantastic, must be said. Yeah, queen d2. I'm a little bit surprised about queen d2. I thought you could have played queen d2 or move 9, so you won't play queen d2 now, but he just has. So there we are. And then bishop e6 from Gukesh. So both speeded up quite a bit there. Mm. Yeah, no, of course. Tie breaks is exactly what we want, really, Tom. Exactly. You don't want anything else, really. This is all fun, and we do our best to keep it interesting, and it is interesting. I mean, it's the weird thing about the World Championship is you spend loads of time looking at games that openings that you would, if it was in a tournament, you'd just flick past to the next one, right? You just spend ages trying to make it interesting, and it is interesting when you do it that way. But yeah, the tie breaks are way better. Sam, you just need to look at the viewer submitted openings bonus, VSOB. Go on the TCC side, open the archive, look at VSOB, and e4, e5, king e2, king e7 doesn't even scratch the surface of weirdness. So yeah, what they've submitted there, it's absolutely bananas. Fig rolls no way better than bourbons and chocolate digestives. Oh, come on. Fig rolls. Oh. I think we're heading to in principle, I think that I think Ding's gone back to his mood a little bit earlier. He's had his win. He did his win. and now he's back to keeping the position. He's back to being disciplined and not doing anything at all, really. So I think we're heading for you know solid equality. But Gukesh has still got to prove, right? I mean, Sese is saying 0.16 there, which is a decent advantage. Leela's saying, whoa, Leela. Leela's saying, no, Leela's pretty positive, really, yeah. Leela is surprisingly positive. So B5 from Leela. Wowsies. Sorry, that hadn't really started thinking about the position, but I'm not sure that would have entered into my first moves. But yeah, but it gets very sharp, right? Because I mean, it's you see this in quite a few lines. This F4 undermining move is quite there. I'd be amazed if any human player played B5, or any a lunatic, really. I mean, that would. Well, but I mean, if you've got a match that ends after 14 games with two wins apiece, that's pretty good, really. It's and to be honest, I mean, we could have had a decisive result. I think it's. I mean, I think it's a nice mix. I mean, I think after 14 games, if you haven't been able to decide it, then rapid and is quite good somehow. It's. I understand the purist view that you should keep on going with classical, but I don't. I can't take that much time off work to watch it. So yeah, B5 is a bit of a lunatic move. It's quite logical in a way because you're just trying to dilute the white pawn structure, turn that B7 pawn that's always a worry. Just get rid of it and give white a weak pawn in return. So even if white ends up winning a pawn, yeah, you've got some sort of target. But it is quite a lunatic move. I think the thing that Black's got to be, in general terms, the thing that Black's got to be wary about is what we're seeing quite a lot of, which is the idea of well, let's just say it let's just make a normal move, Rook C8. If you're looking at what moves might you play in blitz quickly, I think Rook C8 would be a very quick blitz move for me. Just stopping a knight C7, defending the knight on C6, and if I'm in great shape, then even thinking about B5. But what you've got to look at there is Bishop D4. And then E takes D4 feels a bit wrong, really, with a knight on D5 there. Just hard to defend that D4 pawn. Bishop D5, there's always C takes D5. So, I mean, you want to take with a knight on D4. And then F4. This is the... that would be the grandmaster move, Tom. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the guy who's noticed all the things in the position. This is a little bit irritating for Black. Just this tension there. I mean, you just really don't want to go F6. You don't want to give yourself a weak pawn there. But yeah, what are you doing then? Actually, I mean, if you go knight C6, well, we've got a couple of things, right? I mean, F5 is definitely worth a look at. Takes and then somewhere. The somewhere is a little bit Queen D5, Bishop D5. I'm just wondering about Bishop D5, Knight E7. F6, you can go Knight D5. That might turn out to be okay for Black somehow. But I mean, F5 is one thing you've got to think of. The other thing simply is just to do something like F takes C5 and just claim that some type of position like this that you're just going to be a bit better with white because you've got the 3 against 2, got a nice knight on D5, can put your pieces in the center. I mean, actually, probably a move like Queen E3 would be nice. Put the rook on D1. You're controlling all the, it's just very nice for white, and Black's just got nothing very much to do really. So you don't really want that to happen simply. So what Tom was suggesting, and that's safe move there, is to take and go something like Queen D6, for example. Just, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, the nice thing for whites here is that whites, yeah, chess world champion, I suppose. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's true indeed. It's but I guess it sort of fits the modern era, right? Where all the players are playing blitz, and blitz is almost as important as classical. So yeah, the classical world champion should be able to play a bit of blitz as well. It's not so crazy, I guess. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, certainly. So what's Leela giving us? So we'll just step past b5 because I don't. Queen d6 is Leela's idea. Ooh, Leela wants to do this. I said this would never happen. How much do I know? I don't know. I wouldn't be very happy about this as a human player, to be honest. Just it's hard to defend that one. The knight's on. Oh, sorry, the knight's on c6, and there's a barrier on the d file. I just don't like that very much. Unless Leela is working out some very specific way in which it's going to fight against the d5 knight. But this looks just very nice. Oh, okay. Leela wants to do something like this, but I wouldn't want this, to be honest. It took about 4, I think. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed in the penguin. It doesn't taste half as good as I remembered. It was such a huge treat, the penguin, when I was young, but I've just eaten it now, and I'm not particularly. Oh, months, mouthfuls. I thought, yeah, 3 months. So rapid 960. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm very up and down about rapid 960, about 960 rather. It's sometimes I love it and sometimes I just hate it. It's bishop b2, queen b2, queen d6. Let's have a look. Rook d1, knight f4, f6. Oh, okay. So this is what this is possible. Not Leela's favorite idea, but a possible idea. Just take the weakness and then just hold the knight on d4. It's got something to it. It's got something to it. Leela's looking for some sort of plan, bringing the queen in, attacking the dark squares. Leela's really keen on this b4 move. Rook e8, king h2, this sort of thing. It's not so. It's a little bit confusing for black somehow, yeah. Little bit confusing for black, this position about what you want to do. I mean, I know that if I was black, I just wouldn't be 100% sure, and I'd be maybe feeling a little bit irritated somehow that that I wasn't getting close to absolute equality there. But if we're looking at the plans that Leela's suggesting, and actually it's a very nice, it's a very, very nice panoply of possible ideas. We've got Leela suggesting basically, well, you can play b5, a little bit risky. This one's loose, but obviously for an engine that doesn't really matter. But for me, you are sort of wondering. But the idea being basically this pawn on b7 is a bit of a problem. Let's just dilute the white structure and convert that into a weak pawn on c4. Okay, my queen side's looser, and white does get a pass pawn, which might be dangerous. b5 from Gukesh. Wowsies! That is a move. That is a move. That's a very, very yeah, that's a real move, b5. Yeah, people say, right, that people say, that the Gukesh is very, yeah, he's a strange player. It's hard to understand, very concrete somehow, and this is really concrete. This is really This is really very interesting. Wow. Yeah, Gukesh is not going to let himself get pushed back somehow. So, but this is really cool. This is really interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I think the big line that you want to look at really is bishop takes d4 here. I'm just wondering actually whether there's actually something actually tactically wrong with e takes d4. Feels a bit odd to do this, but I don't think there is really. I mean, I can go knight b4, but then I could take. This would be the idea, but I mean, we take and go bishop h3, so that's not really a problem. I think moves like knight f4, hitting the bishop and hitting the knight would be annoying, because I think if you get the light squared bishop like this, then you're really happy with white. So and that's why you wouldn't do it. But I think it's surviving tactically. But takes, and then I have to say, if I play this move b5, yeah, it's quite surprising. Yeah, quite surprising. This 960. Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes I've played some gorgeous games with 960 on Lichess. I beat David Navarra in an amazing game, I have to say. It was really good. It suits me quite well in terms of yeah, liking odd tactics somehow. Yeah, so that's not too bad. Just sometimes I just yeah, it just doesn't appeal anymore. It's a bit weird somehow. I mean, I've analyzed on my channel. I've analyzed vast numbers of 960 games between engines, which are also superb. But it's weird, yeah, and the piece distribution, and sometimes you're really enthusiastic about the possibilities it gives you, and sometimes you just say, oh, but I do like the normal starting position, the logic, the balance, so yeah, I'm very up and down about it. I was mad keen on it at one stage, and I wasn't. Now I am. So. Oh, some bishop h3 ideas. Yeah, that's a nice little point. That's true, actually. But yeah, I think after knight d4 we play f4. That's certainly a very challenging line. So we assume b takes c4. The knight's hanging. We haven't got time to take there because of there. B takes c4, and then we need to find some sort of line. And the question is, how are the tactics hanging together here? I mean, what do you have to do in order to hold this guy? Yeah, it's quite. This is quite scary, I mean, actually, chess 960 is brilliant for engine chess, and then not the normal 960, but they play a double 960, where actually the pieces for white and for black can be set up differently. That seems to be the best way that you can do in order to get engines to play interesting games without needing any sort of opening book. They do that at the TCC. Lots and lots of stuff about that. The only problem with double 960 is that a lot of the chess database programs can't work with it. So ChessBase can't, and Hierarchs is very ropey as well on chess 960 anyway, and also on double chess 960. So yeah, that's right, DFRC, yeah, double Fisher random. But yeah, all the database programs are really ropey on it. So I think Hierarchs can't do chess 960. I think it misses castling, doesn't understand castling. So checkmate the queen. that is quite intriguing. I mean, DeepMind did a paper on all sorts of chess variants, which was quite interesting as well. With the torpedo pawn, where the pawn could move 2 squares at once, and there was one where you could move a pawn to the side as well as. Yeah, banning certain lines could be interesting too as well. Yeah, indeed. Sesse's dropping. Yeah, Sesse wasn't too impressed with b5, but now dropping. Leela, of course, as always, knew exactly what was going on. So, yeah, you need to be quite tactically aware, though, to get this going. So, I mean, Leela's line here is to go rook c8, because I'm getting a little bit worried about what to do. But because if f6, then I guess. Oh, is it? I was thinking it was maybe quite clear. Maybe is it so clear? Maybe not. That's not so clear, is it? Because you could just play a move like rook d8, I suppose. And after knight e6, knight e6, bishop d5, we go king h8 and then get out of it. Sorry, I'm getting a bit lost. Where are my lines? Bomb, bomb, bomb. f4, f6. So the question is, I don't think so. No, they didn't. They didn't. Chessex. Okay. I'm not sure about Skid. I'll have to or the closed source. Yeah. Okay. I don't think Skid. I don't think it works on Skid either. To be honest, Mr. Beats. I don't think. I'm sure I tried, but or it's there's a lot where it seems to work, but then the castling doesn't work. That's the big problem. But Chessex. I'll have a look at Chessex then. No castling. Oh, I don't like no castling. I thought that was very dull. Refuse a move. Refuse all of them. All of them. Yeah, so I mean, what Leela's saying here is rook c8. So the tactics keep on coming, basically. Fe, rook c4 to hold. But then after rook c1, then Leela's looking at playing queen d6, takes, and then queen c5. And Leela's claiming that you're just basically absorbing. Oh, Sesse is dropping down to 0.01. So, yeah, this is possible, but not really sure, Leela, to be honest. Why do you like this for? Why do you like this for black? For heaven's sake, it's I'm not very super. Well, I think Leela's just seeing quite deeply and thinking it can exchange off queens, and then this pawn doesn't matter at all. But I would not be at all reassured about this with black. I'd definitely be thinking I'm worse here. And I understand that the engines think that's not true, but I would definitely think I'm worse here. So, yeah, I don't like that very much. I don't think that's particularly likely, really, to be honest. So that's an interesting question. I mean, maybe rook c8, rook c1, f6 would be my feeling about what's likely, because you can't. By the way, after takes, you can't go here because I think rook e1 is just winning this knight. You can't protect it somehow. Yeah, but Nibbler isn't really a database program, Mr. Beads. I mean, it's not like you can look at lots of games or it's I'm talking about having lots of games, being able to organize them and stuff like that. It's I'm not sure what is Ultima. All the pieces move like queens, but they capture. Oh, Jesus, my goodness, that's really crazy. So yeah, I mean, well, if I reach this position, I would be thinking either f6 or maybe knight c6 is possible. Not f5, f6, but f5, bishop d5, and then I'm going to head back to d4 afterwards. I mean, I don't know how. This should be fine for black, surely, shouldn't it? I go knight e7. I can get rid of that bishop. This is not too worrying for black, I would have thought. C takes b5 played. Ooh, that wasn't. I think we're getting. I think we're going to get exchanges. I think we're heading for exchanges now. I believe so. I think Ding is bringing this back now to equality. I think that's C takes b5 is not a very ambitious move here. Okay, but that's fine. I mean, you don't double FRC is not a huge number of games somehow, so that's okay. It's yeah, okay, but that would be okay. I'd just like to have something that I could that I can do where I can also show castling as well, because yeah. So the engines are saying knight f4 now is going to be the move, and yeah, there we are. Ding knows what the crowd wants. They want to play off, and Ding is going to get it for them. This is Leela's line. And we are going to be hugging each other in mutual companionship at move 40. Little surprised about it. I didn't think really that that Ding was running much risk by playing on, but he's obviously decided that a draw is what he wanted in this game. Yeah, Torpedo was quite fun, I thought. It was quite a nice game. The pawn races were pretty crazy somehow. It's I played a shogi variant once. It exists in chess, where you're allowed to capture your own pieces, which in shogi is quite nice because often the king is running away across the board, and sometimes there's one of your pieces in the way, so you could just capture it and move on. But oh, anything of Crazy Leela's. Just have a look at the Crazy Leela videos on the channel, me, and that's what I would go for. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the point is, of course, that pushing in game 14, there are always the nerves there, right? And you can always just get it wrong, and then end up defending. The tie breaks is something you have, right? So, I mean, look at Magnus, right? Magnus was just happy to draw the last game, tie it off as quickly as possible, and then just go for the rapids. So, if even a player like him doesn't fancy the risk of playing the last game as white, then choose shogi. Oh, there's the massive one, right? I've actually played the massive one, the absolutely massive shogi. It's like 40 by 40, 50 by 50. It was during dinner. It was at a shogi tournament. One of the nice things about shogi tournaments, there aren't that many, but very friendly atmosphere, and you always go and eat out together. So this was in Austria, and we went out to a lovely place and had some great food. Lovely Austrian food, sitting on wooden benches, and then somebody brought out their massive 40 by 42 shogi set that took almost an hour to set up properly. And then the game was still going by the time I left at I don't know, midnight or something. So, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool, I have to say. There's a whole Chu Shogi Facebook group as well, with lots of information about it. It's really, really crazy. Oh, Bishop D7. Wow. God, that would be. I think you might be right, Tom. I think Bishop D7 could indeed be the move. No, he's played E10. Even Gukesh is not. Well, that is true. That is true. And actually, there's all those Chu shogi boards, they make them themselves. This guy, he'd laminated every single piece. I mean, it's like 150 pieces on the board. And he'd done it all himself. He'd made the pieces himself and then laminated them. Just crazy, totally bananas. But so I suppose one thing that we could maybe exercise ourselves with is, so takes is obvious, takes. Would we dare to take on b5? Are we real men? I'm not actually sure why that wouldn't work. Why wouldn't this work? Why wouldn't I be able to take on b5? Because it's Leela's line, right? Rook a6, bishop b5, yeah. Rook a6 is Leela's line, right? So why wouldn't bishop b5 work? I mean, I understand I'm leaving my light squares there, so there is a little bit of risk, but not how much risk? I mean, there's nothing immediate. I mean, in the sense there's nothing forcing, right? I mean, in the sense that this just works for white. So would you be claiming that something like rook d6 works? That you've got dangerous threats and the light squared bishop is not finding its way back? I'm not 100% sure, though. I mean, it is risky. I'll give you that. Feels risky. But I mean, I can play rook e1 and then bishop f1 somehow. That's what I'm thinking. But I'm also getting a bit nervous about rook d2s and stuff, or even a queen b6 and then rook d8, and then I'll have rook d2 after. I am getting nervous about this. This does feel like it could be. Yeah. I think you're right, Tom. I think. Oh, thank you very much, Robert. And tomorrow we'll have. I mean, the rapid games are going to be great fun as well, of course. It's yeah, no, it's yeah, rook d6 looks like it's quite strong somehow. I don't think Ding will do this. I mean, in all fairness, I mean, even rook b8 is not bad for black. I mean, this is nowhere. This is just not an advantage simply. I mean, rook b8 is very logical, right? You're aiming to play b4 as well, so it's looking quite level there. Rook b8, yeah, fair enough. It's the human move. I get the feeling that because monkeys eats bananas. Wow, Paul. I hope Magnus was overstating that. Actually, it will be interesting. I would be interested to know actually whether Gukesh has done any training on the on rapid play. You know, like people like football teams. You know, do they practice penalties before the you know, a final or you know, in a knockout tournament? I mean, has Gukesh practiced rapid or blitz at all? Because I did very much have the feeling when it was Magnus against Fabiano that that Fabiano was caught pretty cold by the whole you know, blitz rapid thing. He really looked like yeah, like he'd never seen a rapid game in months simply, you know, whereas yeah, Magnus is just, that's just his ability, right? He just plays, you know. It's actually I have to say not the England teams. They do. That's the problem. USA. They practice them like crazy and then miss them all during the thing. But I mean, yeah, that's true. Sleeping is very important indeed. But I mean, I saw something really impressive actually about Magnus the other day. It was it was the London Classic dinner. So it's the dinner that they always have at the end of the London Classic tournament. Very nice. they use it to raise money. And so one of the bids was Magnus was flying over from Abu Dhabi. He was running late, but he was arriving. And one of the bids was for a match, a 2-game blitz match against Magnus. So the bidding went bananas and ended up coming to £15,000, like incredible, for the right to play a blitz match against Magnus. And by comparison, there was one against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and that only reached £450. So, but the winner nominated Luke McShane, English Grandmaster, very strong. He's also beaten Magnus at Classical as well. So, does quite well against Magnus normally, and nominated Luke to take his place. So, Magnus sort of arrives, and then it's sort of, oh, you're playing Luke, and like you sort of think, if this had ever happened with, oh, just one moment, I think I've got to get the door. I think I've got a big parcel I'm expecting. Being blocked for me, but so if this happened to Gary or to Anatoly back in the day, sort of they say, oh, Gary, by the way, we told you were going to play some amateur, but actually you're ending up playing a world-class grandmaster at Blitz, and you've just arrived from Abu Dhabi. You're probably jet-lagged and all that. They'd refuse, right? They'd completely refuse. I mean, Gary refused to play anyone higher than 2200 in Simmels and all that. It was. But Magnus just said, "Oh, okay then, yeah," and then just proceeds, and he struggles a bit in the first game, and then does a beautiful queen sack in the second game, and wins simply, and it's just that simple ability that he's got, that's simply amazing. Just to play chess at any moment, any challenge that comes along, he just sort of thinks, yeah, well, I'm the best, right? So there's no, you can set any difficulty in front of me and I'll do it simply. It was really impressive. It was so impressive. And, the classic dinner as well, they have a simultaneous, they've got lots of different tables. Every table has a chessboard, and then the players in the tournament go around and each play a different move somehow. So but yeah, like Magnus was sort of going around playing moves. It's chess, right? So that's what he does. And at the end, it was a bit of a tougher game. But he was playing against the guy, and he was talking to someone else and then making moves from time to time. And I was looking at it with Mickey and Mickey Adams, English Grandmaster, and we were looking at it and sort of saying, oh, maybe a few possibilities. But yeah, Magnus, almost without thinking, just plays these little positional moves, swapping queens, reducing activity and all that. It's just such a skill. No, Magnus is quite special. Magnus is quite special somehow. The elite players nowadays are much more than in my day. Yeah? They can do that a lot better. But Magnus is in a totally different class. He really is. It's Bobby would have thought it was a conspiracy. Exactly. I mean, it's truly, maybe it's hard to explain unless you, but I truly find that astonishing. I mean, I'd be thinking twice. I'd be thinking, oh God, I didn't sign up to play a strong player or whatever. I was only supposed to be playing an amateur or something like that. But yeah, and Magnus has got more to lose, right? The world champion losing, but he doesn't care. He doesn't believe he's going to lose. He knows he's going to win. It's simply, I simply found it incredible, really impressive. It's such a mentality, such a champion's mentality. It's really incredible. So yeah, that's why Magnus, I'm sure he didn't prepare rapid or blitz. Just turning up and playing Fabiano is as natural as breathing for him. But I think I think other people would need it. But I'm not sure that Gukesh will have prepared. I don't know. Yeah, it's always something that you maybe mean to do, but then you never end up doing somehow. Nah, it's not a meaningless game. Not a meaningless game. Well, I do remember. I mean, I played. I mean, this is then a lot lower level somehow, yeah. And but I played some variant tournament. I wasn't meant to, but somebody said, "Would you like to play?" And I said, "Fine, okay, no worries, I'll play." And then I wasn't great at the chess variants, and I lost the game. And I just heard the rest of the time that I was there, I just heard about saying, "I beat a grandmaster, I beat a grandmaster." It was some, I don't know, explosion chess or whatever it's called. You know, people do take it very seriously, and sometimes over seriously, these things. So yeah, so that's what you learn about. That's what you learn as a reasonably strong player, that you don't give anything away for free. USA. Yeah, he needs to surprise, right? I must also say that I don't think that the natural rhythm that Ding's got into for classical chess is going to be at all helpful for rapid chess. I mean, he's got into the habit of having long things in the opening, settling himself, and all of that. I'm actually wondering how mentally ready Ding is for rapid somehow. I mean, I think once he has to move quickly, he'll be able to, because that's what he seems to do in classical. But I am wondering whether he's going to run himself terribly short of time in rapid. But yeah, I think Gukesh has really got to have ideas. Yeah, yeah. It's true. It really does make their day, and sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it is nice, but other times it gets a bit wearing somehow. If you just did, especially when you do something, with just to be nice or to be helpful or whatever, and then nobody takes that into account when they gloat. Sort of being happy and saying, "Oh, I won." Wasn't completely 100% serious, but I think I played well. That's a lovely, and that's really nice to hear, right? But I beat a grandmaster. He's so weak. That's not very nice to hear when you've made the effort to do it somehow. So yeah, it's right. I mean, it's just, you notice with Fabiano when he played the rapid games against Magnus, he never managed to switch from classical chess thinking pattern to rapid. He just didn't manage to make that switch. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think Gukesh will really need his prep in the rapid and blitz. I think you're definitely right, Tom. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. I think that Ding will continue to play like he's been playing, right? I think he's going to be aiming for nothing. Well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, in rapid and in blitz, it's much harder to. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Simuls are really strange somehow. Yeah, it's good fun. I do like doing them actually, but yeah, but it's great fun when you're in a bit of form and you start sacking stuff and it mostly works. That's good fun. I don't mind losing games in Simuls really. I try my best not to. I mean, I'll do everything I can to avoid losing a game, but I don't particularly mind losing. I do want to have a bit of fun as well, and so yeah. And normally I'm trying to sack as many pieces as possible, pawns, play actively, and all of that. It's nice having a sweet spot of opponent strengths, really. You don't want them too weak because then you just get a lot of long games that are carrying on when you're just lots of pieces up. And you also tend to find that pieces change places whilst you're gone. But yeah, somewhere around, 1600, 1700, 1800 plus. Don't mind having a few much stronger players but that sort of area is quite nice somehow. People know their openings and they're keen and they want to do it. But they also know, they also resign normally and stuff like that. And yeah, and then you can just have a bit of fun and see where it goes. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, yeah. Ding's mentality is quite strange somehow. But I suspect that he understood that he was not in bad chess shape, but he was a bit afraid of getting carried away with himself. A bit afraid of saying, "Oh, I can do anything," and then just playing wildly and then throwing it all away simply. And I think he was also a bit worried about how mentally resilient am I? How will I come back from a big defeat? And I think certainly on the latter point, he's definitely he's definitely shown himself above that. It's but I think he's still trying to avoid getting too excited and throwing something away. Yeah, maybe that fear of making blunders there. He's been making a lot of blunders until this year, like the one that he lost to Gukesh in. He's only made one of those this tournament. So, I think that's maybe what he was a bit afraid of and why he's been trying to keep himself down. But in rapid, I think in rapid, Ding's going to find it harder to close off positions like this, right? I mean, you always need a certain amount of time to keep control and all of that. And I just think that I don't think that Ding will be able to do that in rapid. So he might end up playing a little bit more loosely, a little bit more aggressively as white, which might give Gukesh some chances. It's intriguing. It's a really intriguing matchup. I think I do have the feeling that the way that people are talking about Ding before the match, including me, by the way. So it's not a criticism or anything, but feeling that Ding was going to be maybe quite bad. I think they're going that way with Gukesh and Blitz. I think it's probably not going to be as clear cut as you think, but. Yeah, but you can't really predict a 7-7 draw in classical, right? You might think, well, we'll make it in classical. It's like penalties. I mean, loads of teams know that it's penalties, but they often feel that preparing them is just not a good idea somehow. Although that's changing in football, of course. Well, yeah, Tom, I was actually I was kind of mulling over it actually, just seeing that Ding was spending quite a long time. I think he's probably going to end up with a 2 against 3, to be honest. Yeah, Danger Mouse. I saw Victor giving a Simmel with a broken leg. He was walking around in a wheelchair, thumping out his moves, and like he played for 4 hours to grind down everyone. It was just ridiculous, totally ridiculous. And it was 1999, so he's reaching 70, right? Just totally bananas, Korchnoi. Yeah, I think after B4, I wouldn't be surprised if all my prep is rubbish, really, from professional time. A lot of it is very interesting, but there tend to be certain flaws in it, tactical flaws that that make it less interesting. No, it's amazing, really. Well, is it amazing? Yeah, maybe it is amazing. Just how much theory has changed, and yeah. I think nowadays, the value of prep is getting smaller and smaller. Previous prep. Yeah, King G2 is quite important here. And then we're going to go on the H file. Ta-da! That's what we're going to do. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be interesting to see what Ding does. It wouldn't surprise me if he just went A3 at some stage and then just went for just try to ensure that that we get Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2 versus Rook and 3 or something. That would seem to be the most sensible, really. But yeah, and I mean, if you're looking to tie it off, maybe trying to play a move like Bishop D5 is also quite sensible. What is Leela saying? Leela still thinks that White's a little bit better there. Yeah, Leela just wants to go for some sort of centralization there. Something like this and just keep looking somehow. But yeah, I mean, we're still looking at some position like this, right? And yeah, I mean, there's nothing to it really. I'm just going to just take a 2-second break. Be right back, and then we'll see what the guys can make of this. Yeah, King G2. I mean, I think just seeing that comment. I mean, if you look at all these moves, right? There's all of these moves are just absolutely equal somehow. So yeah, there's in principle, I say for the next 10 moves, there's not going to be much at all. Anything under 1.5 is drawn. Yeah, no, it's no, it is completely drawn. This, it really, you'd say that 99 out of 100 games between two strong players would end in a draw from this position, something like that. Maybe not quite that high, but more or less, I think. But could this be the one? I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean, actually, I was wondering. I was wondering actually about the openings that Gukesh will try and. I mean, is he going to go for the French again? I wonder. Is he going to play 1e4 a lot in the rapid blitz, or I guess he would, right? I mean, I think he wants. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, that's Danger Mouse. That's absolutely true. Yeah. I think even Leela Odds would struggle with this one. Leela Odds' stuff is normally to do with knights and tricking you. But yeah, no, I mean Leela Odds just trying every trick that it can find in order to and going for continuations where there's some chance of the opponent making a mistake. Yeah, it really does. It's a lot more tricky than Stockfish in these endings. Because often you do get these endings against Stockfish, and Stockfish doesn't really try to win them, and you end up drawing them. But you think, "Ooh, quite glad Stockfish didn't try really." So yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know whether Gukesh would have another line ready against the French. Something shocking like 3e5 or Knight c3 versus Slav Grunfeld. Yeah, that's possible. Ah, Ding. Ding is really, he's just going for, he's heading straight for the old draw there. So, yeah, that's something like that. I mean, he needs to build up a bit of a momentum from the opening, either get a time edge or an advantage. Indeed, I mean that's very very important for Gukesh as white. Yeah, he had this C4. He played this C4 and E4 system, didn't he? It was. Um, he knows his rules. So young and yet. Yeah, I think he just replied literally to that was my feeling when he said it. He can't take a short draw, so he said there won't be a short draw tomorrow. But I have the feeling that he was. Yet he had a good chance. He had a very good chance today. But yeah, it wasn't easy to understand that it was a good chance. You know, indeed, odds Leela would. But sometimes, you know, when it's rook odds Leela or something, you know, it's hard to prevent this sort of thing happening. Um, but or night odds Leela, you know, it's hard to prevent it. But I mean, Leela's still just unbelievably tricky, even in this. There was a great one against I think it was Camille Plichter, who's been playing a lot of games. But yeah, it was rook versus knight and bishop on one side, and Leela had I think it was 3 against 2 or even 2 against 1, and Leela won it. And it was just such a vicious tactic that won it. It was ridiculous. Queen and rook against the table base. I've never tried. I've never tried. Probably not. I think it's very very difficult to do. Nah, maybe you should be able to. But I mean, Walter Brown managed it against the computer second time round or something. I think. But yeah, probably table base is stronger, I guess. Yeah, no, I think it's true. I mean, I think, well, you know, the stuff that, you know, I think what you'd really need to do is to start getting, you know, somehow make 960 stuff recognizable, because the problem is that it's all just a bit of a wodge. And then the openings don't have any names, and it's just really hard to, you know, to do that. And then yeah, the openings are nice, right? I mean, it's great to see always play something that hasn't been played before ever, you know. Stuff like that is really nice, and you just don't get that in 960. So I think for general consumption and enjoyment, I think you'd need to somehow make stuff recognizable, you know, like like a Sicilian defense or a French defense is recognizable to, yeah, you know, just any chess player really who's been playing for a little while. You know, um, it's yeah, scientific research. I mean, that's more for the you know, that's obviously more for the professionals. I mean, we enjoy that too, you know, too, of course. But I think, you know, in general, that feeling that you can recognize something, and you can have a glimmer of recognition when something is played. I mean, that's kind of uh, that's sort of missing from the 960. So we need to do. God, Ding is going very rigorously for this ending somehow. Funnily enough, that was Vishy's advice. He said, never let drawn games drift somehow. Never let drawn games drift. Just tie them off as quickly and as possible, simply. So that's what he's doing. I don't know why Leela's suggesting you're going to take on d4 and b3, surely. Just no point in there's no point in yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that Gukesh is going to take and take here somehow. But then I guess White's going to play here, yeah, with the cunning idea takes. Ta-ta! Oh, but there are 80. Leela with contempt. Look at my crazy Leela videos on the channel. The early ones, not the odds ones. Well, I mean, odds Leela is tuned for that as well. I mean, that is absolutely what Leela is doing. Yeah, absolutely. So that's why Leela's so exciting as an engine. It's just got they've just it's got all sorts of capability that no other engine has got really. So it's yeah. So yeah. I mean, you can also see Leela taking me on in 10 openings that it chooses when it's trying to confuse its opponents. Some people have enjoyed those videos an awful lot. including the sadists who enjoyed watching me lose all those games. Oh my goodness, Gukesh not taking the pawn. This guy is so funny. So funny, this guy. Hilarious. That's got absolutely no value whatsoever, and yet he's just trying simply. He's just saying, okay, I'm not afraid of anything you can do with me with that pawn there, so I'm going to avoid exchanges, and then I'm just going to to keep the tension in the board. Crazy, crazy. I mean, he does understand very well, Gukesh, that Ding really. I mean, Ding is making it very, very obvious, right? He's making it incredibly obvious that that he wants to finish off the game, and he's no longer interested in it somehow. And so Gukesh is just saying, well, then I will just keep the game going. That is what I will do, and see what you can do. Yeah, they need to get to move 40 anyways. But I mean, I can't think of any other player who would not simply take the rook and then take the pawn against a player of Ding's strength. I mean, I might play Queen B5 if I was 300, 400 points higher and just wanted to keep the game going. But ha! Could be 80. Oh, that's a good question. I'd be thinking I'd need white to be 2000 or something, right? Or lower. Even then I wouldn't be sure. For their educational value, Mr. Veeds. Yes. Yes, indeed. I know you do. I mean, yeah. I thought those videos were really cool. They got a lot of good, nice comments as well. So people like them too. It's but yeah, no, I mean, it's really really quite funny, those videos. Yeah, so Gukesh has got a slightly better version of this actually. He's got a slightly better version because I don't think that. Oh, Rook B5. If that was played, there we are. Rook B4. Oh. Okay, so Rook A8 is going to happen from Ding. I mean, Bishop D5. Yeah, Rook A8. This is true. Yeah, Gukesh will keep on playing. He's had a 3 against 2 on one side for a couple of games running now. So yeah. This move Queen B5 was really funny. It's yeah, I think people enjoy openings and enjoy the recognition. I mean, also having a point of repairer for openings, it's you sort of feel grounded in the game. With chess 960, it can just look a bit random, and you don't really know what's going on at all. It's so they need to do a lot of work on that. Mouse slip moves that end up working. No classical games. Classical games. Can't think of any. Can't think of any. Legion in Blitz, of course, but so What's Gukesh going to do? He's just going to keep the bishops on, I think, and try and grind. Not quite sure what the best way of trying to do it would be. I mean, say we do something like this. I mean, if bishop here, then I think Gukesh will just. I mean, you've got all sorts of ways there. I mean, you can play a move like h4 in these sort of. Oh yeah, mouse slipping. You can play a move like h4, but this is not really going to achieve anything. You're just 2 against 1 like that. What you'd really like is to somehow create a passed pawn, and the only way you can really do that would be to play f5 to f4 and force white, tempt white to play g takes f4, and then you've got a passed h pawn. The other way you could do it would be to play g5 and h4 and create a passed h pawn that way. That might be possible. But again, it's not a great passed pawn somehow. So, yeah, I'd much rather swap the f pawn for the g pawn and then have the chance to have a few pawns running down like that. But I have to say that, yeah, I couldn't see it. I don't know who I'd be able to beat at that. Wouldn't feel confident against many strengths of players, I must be saying. Yeah, randomizing chess, but it just makes it all a bit silly, really, in a way, you know. It's I'd rather chess 960 than something you know, something with adding elements of chance to it, really, I think. Let's have a look. So this is not so interesting for the moment. Keith would just be settling down now. This is a successful mission accomplished for Keith now, indeed. Yeah. Just vaguely thinking of going back to an earlier stage of the game, maybe, because this is really pretty dull somehow. Well, actually, maybe just thinking about the openings. I mean, I'm just wondering what Gukesh might do in the French. In actual fact, you know, it's I mean, King's Indian attack is frankly in rapid is not so bad. I would have thought it could be a decent one to do. Otherwise, looking at the main lines, I mean, Ding's very, very solid against knight d2. He's playing c5, and you know, I find it hard to believe that you'd really find an awful lot against this line somehow. So I don't think that's e5 is somewhat more unusual, but the problem is there's a lot of good lines for black. Yeah, I mean, this is really you know, Keith's expecting you know, another 70-80 moves from here. To be honest, Gukesh is quite like that from that point of view. I can't really imagine that you'd do this really. You need to know it so well to get any edge anywhere because there's so many decent lines for black. So knight c3, and then yeah, Ding would repeat knight f6. I mean, this would be. I've always liked bishop g5 somehow. Yeah, it's. I've always liked this line quite a bit. I'm not quite sure what Ding. I guess, you know, the point is with you know, with these lines is that I mean, this line's quite unbalanced still, although not easy to find something in it. I mean, these lines are reasonably balanced in principle, but I've always found them very difficult to play with black at short time limits. find them very confusing, and white just ends up casting queenside, and I end up getting my move orders wrong and getting mated. Blitz is quite tricky from that point of view. I mean, I wouldn't have thought he'd play the McCutcheon, which is a lovely opening, but not very good, and the classical is awful. So, I mean, bishop g5 might be worth a punt. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's true. Yeah, I'm not sure, Tom. Yeah, I always like bishop g5, but yeah, I don't know what else Gukesh will come. I mean, these lines are just out of bounds, really, right? I mean, it's takes and queen b6. Yeah, I mean, these lines are just totally out of bounds. You can't go into those. I'm pretty sure that Gukesh is the ding is completely up for those. It's not that much more. I guess it's finding something in one of the weird lines, right? I will point out that Crazy Leela makes a pretty good go of Queen f3. Yes, time to watch Leela Obsidian. Indeed, makes a pretty good go of Queen f3, which is quite fun. But yeah, I wouldn't expect that's going a little bit too bananas. Yeah, I don't know whether it's whether you can make something of these sort of lines, Steinitz's old line, or whatever really. But yeah, I mean, you could claim that that knight e2 had some potential, but I don't know whether playing it again would be a good idea. I mean, surely Ding will be prepared, but on the other hand, yeah, I mean, hard to say really, but he just seems to have a decent instinct for surviving these positions somehow. It's yeah. I don't know how big, if Gukesh has got massive preparation and he just feels like he's been, as he's been playing these games, he's been learning his preparation better, then it might be worth doing it. You think? I've always thought the advance is really just so fine for black in so many ways somehow. I've always yeah, that's true. The quick queen b6 lines are much less fun, it's true. Might be worth a punt. I don't know whether the lines suit Gukesh. They're a little bit structury. I played it with white a few times. I wasn't really Gukesh has something really impressive. We would have seen it already. Yeah, maybe. It's hard to be sure, really. I mean, I don't know whether Ding would swap. That's the other thing. I mean, that would be the ultimate boss move there to after e4 to swap to something else. But I'm not sure that Ding would, to be honest. I'm not sure that he'll. I mean, you need to have a lot of energy to suddenly pick up a new opening and play it properly. And I think maybe Ding will have the feeling that he's programmed into playing e6. He's playing it quite well, so he should keep on going with that. Oh, what did Abdou Sattarov do today? Well done, by the way, for typing that correctly. I do remember I played a playoff against Nigel Short for British Championship '98, and just at the last moment, I decided I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch to that. I'm going to switch to the Poulsen instead of my normal Najdorf, and yeah, I just got confused. Got totally confused with myself. It was a long tournament. I was tired. It would have been better just to play your normal stuff. That's the thing. Yeah, I think so too, Tom. I think, and I think it would be unwise to swap. I think you just keep on hammering away at what you know. You're playing it well. You seem to be have the knack of getting yourself out of trouble. So let's do that somehow. But it definitely feels like what Gukesh did in the Catalan somehow. That there was I don't think he had anything particular in those sort of lines somehow. So I don't think he'll. I don't think he can really do a main 1 d4 somehow. I don't think he's really got that much, unless he's got some ideas. I mean, the thing about it is that 100%. Yay! Well done, loose horse puzzling. Fantastic. Brilliant. Oh, advance with G3, bishop H3. Okay. Yeah. I think so too. I mean, the only thing that could be possible, of course, is that you've got some nice ideas, but you sort of thought for classical, probably probably a bit too risky. But for rapid, it's good. That's what we're going to do. But well done, loose horse putting. It's really nice to hear. I do love to hear when people use those ideas and do well. Some amazing crushes. Oh, right. Then I'm going to search on that opening and I'm going to find you. And great, lovely, brilliant. I mean, I do think that, for that speed of chess, probably even for rapid as well, those lines are incredibly dangerous. Crazy Slavs. It's the Benko. It's the Benko, Tom. That's the best one. 500 with white, 1700 with black. Tom, I mean, this Benko line is incredible. It really is. A6 G4. It's really nice. It's really nice. Oh, thank you, loose horse. That would be great. It's really gorgeous. I've got loads more stuff as well. I just haven't made the videos for them, so I'm going to have to do that as well. But this is a cool idea. Really amazing. But yeah, I mean, it could be that the Gukesh has got some sharper stuff that he didn't quite fancy for the classical, but that he could wheel out in rapid. That would be possible, But yeah, it's going to be so tense, really. It's sorry, anything happening? Well, Gukesh has organized himself so he doesn't have to swap off the bishops. Yeah, but it's tricky. I mean, I've always had I've done a lot of work on the Benko, and I've played all these C takes B5 systems, and then you go E4, King F1, King G2, A4. Had decent results, but still, whereas G4 is just brilliant. It really is. It would suit you, Tom, as well. You'd love it. It's really cool. So there's a big video on it, and the PGNs are out. There's a PGN on the light chess study that I use as well, with all the analysis and everything. So it's really good. It really is nice. 36 likes. It's more than I'm used to, though, USA. So Queen C2, yeah, Queen C2's quite a decent one. Like 4 knight F3, I've played 4 knight F3 a lot. Queen C2 is just a little bit more. Yeah, I saw this. But it's the engine recommendation nowadays. So playing E6 or A6 takes E6. But it was the crazy Catalan. Yay! That's really good. That's really good, loose horse. It's this was actually more or less the first games, because the first games in the Benko were played in Sweden. It was the Swedish players, Stoltz, who played it, and he was playing Bishop B7 and E6 quickly. Liking this video is totally free, not for you, USA. But Yeah, these E6 lines seem to be a bit better, a bit okay for or seem to be decent for black. Always hard to know, really. I mean, engines make anything seem decent, but it's not how the Benko is played mostly nowadays. So you still get some purchase from the G4 ideas, but well, actually, yeah, this one is really good. This scores so well. This is just incredible. This one is just scoring like masses in Blitz. I also do have to point out it's actually my own idea. This one, but I'm sure it would get the crazy Leela seal of approval. H5 is enormously good, I have to say. So but somebody told me at the dinner that he'd shown it to. He was talking to a bunch of I think they were AI guys basically, but who also played chess, and showed them the G5 idea, crazy Leela idea, and it ended up being used in a presentation about AI somehow. So. Oh, E6 castles G5. Ah, also good. Also good. Also very nice. It's but now there's just an amazing amount of ideas really on this stuff. And again, I've done a video on it, and there's a PGN with all the analysis and everything somehow. So there's some cool ideas out there. Really, a lot of cool ideas. But yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that. Well, depends where you look. Early G4s are proving quite popular, as Loose Horse Puzzling has said. It's yeah, difficult to know what they'll play, but I guess that Gukesh should go. Morozevich would be proud indeed. I guess that the Gukesh should really be going E4 at least once and giving it another go. Because of course it's very tempting, right? I mean, if he makes the French difficult, then Ding's in real trouble, I would have thought. You know, so that is quite tempting. Oh, very nice, Tom. I think if Gukesh did manage to really crunch the French, then one time, then that would give Ding a very big problem somehow. Quite apart from winning the game, it would also. So yeah, so yeah, I mean, it could be worth trying somehow. But of course, the risk of losing control of the game and then losing as white is also bigger with one e4. But I think that Gukesh will be up for it somehow. Gukesh having a big long think here. I mean, I would have thought. My feeling about it would that you might play rook b1 to e1 somehow, just to stop bishop e4 from happening. Maybe that would be my feeling. Maybe, but maybe, yeah, maybe he thinks he can just knock this guy away from. He's looking for traps. Yeah, Yeah, it's just somebody played the c3 Sicilian against me. Yeah, I was just it's terrible, really. It's absolutely appalling, really. But yeah, they also do it also like this somehow. Yeah, and I just thought, well, I want to do something, and I couldn't bring myself to play g5. I might do another game, but so then f5. Yeah, was 4 normal rapid games, then 2 10+5 games, then blitz. Okay, okay. God, that could be a long day, couldn't it? Wow, that could be a long day. No, Jadra, I think that Gukesh is serious. Gukesh is really serious about I'm going to try and make something of this. But yeah, I would yeah. Obviously, as a commentator in this sort of position, I would rather that they ended somehow and got it done. But yeah, I think commentators all over the world struggling to find you know to find something interesting somehow. It's Erigasi Esipenko. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Should we have a? Let me just. We'll keep a little eye on this one, but just have a quick look at Qatar Masters. Oh, good lord! Sorry, wrong one, wrong one. Watch broadcasts Qatar Masters. Oh, oh wow! See you, USA. See you tomorrow. Let's just have a quick look at what's happening. So Erigasi is so amazing, playing c takes d5 early. You know, like this was such a beginner move when I was a professional. Taking on d5 early like that early with the knight on f3, never. And now you've just got 2800 doing it. Bishop b4 as well. I mean, that was not thought to be any move that you'd play. Incredible somehow. Esipenko playing very aggressively here, right? Knight d2 and then g5, quite a topical line. Bishop e3. No, Magnus would push in this line. Don't worry, he would. Takes, bishop a3, rook there, and f5. I mean, this is pretty crazy stuff somehow. So g3 to stop f4, and then black plays this move, bishop d6 to put it in. And then knight f3, f4, bishop d2, and your castle kingside, even when the g file is open. And now white tries to open the center to get all this sort of stuff. And then black plays the move queen e8, c5, queen bishop e7, rook g1, queen c1. Okay, so you're targeting the pawn f4. You've moved the bishop away. You're targeting rook b3, vaguely threatening to come in with the rook. Queen f6, h4. Nobody knows why. Yeah, supporting knight g5, I guess. I mean, it's a really hard position to know what to do with either side, really. I mean, black can't take the pawn on d4 because obviously we've got the pin there. I mean, you really would think somehow that the black would be wanting to try and open up something on the queen side, right? And but it's a bit risky again. If you go b6 takes c5, then dc, and you're again worried about this diagonal. So it's one of those situations where you're a bit worried about what you would do with black. On the other hand, what is white doing? That's not so clear. So bishop g2, rook b8, played by black. Covering the b pawn, maybe playing b6, maybe playing b5, maybe developing the bishop, who knows? Black's played knight g5. White played knight g5 here. And black's played bishop takes g5, h takes g5. Okay, well, let's not think too much about it and just go to this position. I can't believe, by the way, that bishop g5 has been played. Oh, it looks like it hasn't been played. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, it has been played. Wow. I find that hard to believe, but okay. So let's have a look. I'll keep an eye on what's happening, but for the moment, I mean, well, I mean, come on, give the GM his credit. Gukesh played rook b1 to e1 just to stop bishop e4. But yeah, I mean, I think for the basically we've just got to see, something will happen, or maybe nothing will happen. So let's just have a look at this whilst we're there. I don't want to carry on with the stream until the end, really, of course. So what's the time situation, by the way? 16 minutes for Esipenko. Ooh, and Erigasi. And obviously, Erigasi wants to win this one to, I think, to assure his qualification. So what have we got for black? Queen h2 is definitely one idea, hitting the rook on there. Queen takes g5 is another move, but this feels really, really ropey somehow. I mean, in terms of stuff that could happen, this is vaguely an idea, trying to exploit that pin. This would be fun if it worked, but it probably doesn't, because this is going to be way too open for the black king. You could just retreat, right? So it's not, but it's another idea would be to play rook f3 and just come on this pawn, which could be very dangerous. So I think queen h2 is definitely what we're looking at. That gains the tempo. So I guess king f1 is more or less obligatory here now. Just to defend the rook on g1. And now Esipenko needs something decent. Is there something decent? Do I believe that there is something decent in this position? Well, I mean, f3 is definitely something worth looking at. That could be quite dangerous, actually, couldn't it? f3. King f1 played. Otherwise, you could look at something like, you've got to watch out. I mean, you don't want to allow white to play bishop f4. I mean, bishop f5 would be a natural place for the bishop, but then bishop f4 is nasty. So bishop g4 would be another possibility. But then you've got to watch out for rook h1. But then we've got bishop takes e2 check. That's the point. King takes queen g2. And unless, well, yeah, I mean, would there be something in this position? I would have thought that white's in a bit of trouble. I mean, this is going to come with check. We've got a check. We've got checks. I wouldn't say this is going to be good for white. I might be wrong there, but I wouldn't say so. So bishop g4 then is definitely a serious proposition, and he's played it. The only other thing I was thinking about, just to point out, is f3, because I'm not quite sure what happens there. The idea would be something like here, bishop h3, bishop g2, but maybe white can cover somehow, yeah? Probably white could cover this. You've got the rook coming across to f3. The reason it interested me was this line, takes, ef3, and then bishop f5 to give a check. But yeah, bishop g4 played. And this is a bit more fast-paced, isn't it, really? And then, yeah, as I said, rook h1, bishop e2. Looks like it's just too much for white. I mean, yeah, queen e1 played. Wow. This is starting to make me think that that white might be in trouble, but it's not clear, right? Because rook e8, we go rook h1 now. And if bishop e2, then we've got queen e2. Oh, wait a minute, rook e2, rook h2, rook d2. Ooh, g6. Knight d4, threatening mate. Ooh, rook check takes, bishop d5, winning. That is essentially what we're looking for. Yeah, g6. G6 was what I was thinking about, Tom. I was thinking that this might be the best way to play, actually. Yeah, this is crazy. This is simply bananas, right? Wow. So, okay. So queen e1 played. And now what about f3? Just to see how it looks. I'm guessing... Well, you've got quite a few choices, actually. Maybe it's not so brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I can go... I mean, I don't actually see anything wrong for... But maybe you just take on f3, right? Like this. And then what would you do? Rook takes f3. Yeah, rook takes f3, I guess you'd do. But no, this looks fine for black, right? I think. So f3, I think we should probably take like this. But then, okay, what are we going to do here? You've got all sorts of moves, right? Because rook e8, we can actually just take here, can't we, I think? And rook h1 here. Because the queen is trapped. This would be an advantage for white, yeah. This is winning, and so f3, I'm saying e takes f3 here. And as I said, rook e8, queen e8 is the rather nasty surprise. So I'm guessing then, well, you've got to have something. I mean, the bishop h3 is going to be the only move. Otherwise, rook h1 is trapping the queen. And now I'm getting seriously tempted by g6, I have to say. G6. Have a quick check what's happening here. Rook a4. So Ding's just waiting somehow. I don't know whether. I mean, g4 looks vaguely interesting. Sorry, just switch back to this game. G4 looks vaguely interesting, looking for a little bishop d3. Although, actually, would that ever be mate? No, it would never ever be mate somehow. So, no, maybe it's not going to be that interesting. Yeah, so the bishop h3, I'm thinking, is more or less the only move after f3. Let's have a think. If I go rook here, yeah, then I think I said rook h1 there, and this is looking pretty good for white, unless there's something. I mean, you could take on there, takes and takes. This is another possibility. So you don't leave white with the g6. This is still surprisingly dangerous, I think. Rook d4 checked there, and is this? No, maybe this isn't working actually. Rook here. Interesting. This should be fine for black, right? You take and then go knight f5. You're going to make it. Where are you? g7 in this position is rather embarrassing. King takes, and takes his mate somehow. But that should be all right. Yeah, I mean that should be fine. You would have thought. G6. Maybe I play h6 there. Yeah, would be better. And then rook check. I go king g7. Rook and rook h3. I can take there. Yeah. So h6 would be fine. At the very least, it would be safe. So maybe rook b8 is an actual move here, and then we just go takes and takes here, takes and takes here, and then you'd need to have something good. I mean, the threat against the bishop's a little bit annoying. Obviously, you're threatening just to get your king out of danger, and you'll always have some knight d4 as well. It's kind of all kind of scary. I mean, I'm looking at rook check takes. But you're okay here. You're just about holding it somehow. I've seen too much Leela odds somehow. 48 likes. Thank you, USA. Thank you. I'm bishop c1. Yeah, you can go bishop c1. Yeah, in this position, you mean? Yeah, it could be. I'm just thinking king g7 somehow, or even maybe king g8, and we're threatening knight d4. Or even maybe even better, actually, rook f5, looking for takes check there, check. Oh, it's not mate. Sorry, but still, it's getting close. Yeah, rook there, threatening mate or something. Rook b8 played. I think that's a good move. That's definitely a good move there. Yeah, Aryan's a really good player. Rook h7. Oh, mate in 2. Sorry. Oopsie. Well, we might see that then. He's an absolute beast, Aryan. My goodness. I mean, Gukesh is very much a beast as well. They just don't really care. F3. Wow. Was I missing something? Maybe I was missing something. You never know. It has been known to happen. Oh, actually, that could be quite well. Okay, bishop h3 only move, because if you went here, I'd go here, and this would probably be just awesome for white, at the very least. So bishop h3. So what has Aryan got? I guess he's just playing queen f2, yeah? No, I don't under. I would do any. He's played queen f2, but I would do anything except play. But look how fast he's playing. I would do anything except play f3, to be honest. I mean, to be honest, I didn't get round to it, but I was even thinking, is it possible to play rook f3? To be honest, in this position, maybe not. Still feels more tempting than than f3, queen f2. Well, yeah, I guess he's thinking about loose pawns somehow. Yeah, that's what he's thinking about. It's maybe quite. Yeah, I mean, he's playing it super fast, right? And it's not. I mean, black doesn't have any obvious way of getting through. So yeah, the speed is pretty impressive. Ooh, 98. Ugh. That has a definite vibe of can't be right for me, but it's not a bad move, I think. It's protecting there. The knight's coming round to e6 to defend f4, also attack g5. But I guess, I mean, are we going g6 now? G6 feels like it might be a move. Just takes there. Yeah, it looks a game against Leela queen on. So what is that queen doing on f2? Could be a move, but I guess you're just going to go something like rook g8, yeah? And you can't do anything like this. Here allows there. So I mean, maybe you could just go here and here. Would that be possible? I mean, this f4 pawn is hanging, and if you go knight e6, then I go rook b7. But okay, maybe I go rook b3. Yeah, very, very murky position. My goodness me. Vaguely wondering about c6 as well, just to like to try and open up the center somehow, open up the queen side somehow. I'm not sure. But g6 is definitely possible. I mean, king e1 is also not stupid, right? Simply because we're threatening rook h1. So I mean, you take, and then I have to decide: am I going to take with the queen or am I going to take with the rook? Taking with a rook feels quite tempting, yeah. This looks quite tempting. King e1 might be the move. You can go knight e6. I mean, I'm sort of a bad cough. Oh, that could be. G6 is interesting. It's got the little trap here somehow. Takes rook h7. Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm actually thinking, Tom, as well, that the endings are likely to be quite good. Yeah, so that's probably. I mean, takes queen g2. It's maybe a bit. I'd maybe like to play king e1 first, because I think there's still some chances there. But that would be. Yeah, I think there's definitely some possibilities there. I mean, you can also play just bishop f1 or yeah, threatening bishop h3 as well with tempo. It's feeling quite good, actually. Yeah, I mean, actually, maybe even, is this simple? Just looking for queen g4 to follow up with. Maybe got to watch out that there's not a queen c2 or something. Maybe it would be better to have the king over already, I think. I think king e1 feels like the right move. I don't think you need to do anything just this minute, but yeah, this looks like it could be very dangerous for black. Have a little look at what's happening. King g1. Yeah, this is going to be a long one, right? Best opening at club level against 1d4. I would recommend something sensible. Nimzo Indian, I would recommend, really. Queen's Gambit accepted. One of those two, I think. Yeah, we're getting used to crazy, aren't we? We really are. But Gukesh is going to play this forever somehow. I mean, Ding's really going to be surely Ding's going to be regretting a little bit. You know, sort of not having chosen a slightly cleaner way of doing this somehow. It's quite amazing, really. I mean, you know, sort of Erigassi's played f3 and queen f2 so quickly. Now he's thinking. It's good to be thinking now. It's quite crucial, but to play f3 and king f and queen f2 so quickly somehow. Tarash, nah, not really. Don't think. Maybe the way they play it in the modern way, but it's all a little bit. There's just so many ways for white to make a draw somehow. You want an opening that you can play a little bit with a few chances of a win somehow as well. From that point of view, the Nimzo Ragazin, that's the normal combination, is quite nice from that point of view. You know, sensible, but some chances as well. Chess after 1g4. Yeah, 1g4 is thought to be a win for black. It's the only opening move that Ragazin and Nimzo. Yeah. I like the Ragazin somehow. I think that's a very good opening repertoire. That was the Alpha Zero repertoire as black, so you know, can't argue with that. I think it's a good one. I think it's a very good one. It's what I used to play anyway, and I felt it gave, you know, the nice balance between playing sensibly, not doing anything stupid, learning good chess. Stonewall Dutch and French is a very good idea indeed. It's that was also there was also a set of openings. Yeah, Leningrad's tough, isn't it? It's an awful lot of. You really need to know an awful lot. In Blitz, I've been playing the Basman Leningrad with a knight going to h6. That's also quite nice, but how are we doing? G4 played. G4. Not sure. Yeah, not sure how effective that's going to be. Okay, Bishop D5's played. I'm just wondering if we go Rook E1. Just imagine I were to play King G2. Would Bishop D3 achieve anything? I guess not, eh? Rook D4, Bishop F1, King H2. I mean, you're just never going to achieve anything here. Basman Leningrad, yeah. I mean, if you look at my Lichess games, you'll see loads of them. But it's sort of because a lot of people on Lichess do stuff like this, and then you can actually it's playing the knight to h6 like this, playing knight f7. It's just really Basman used to do this a lot. It's actually not bad. I mean, there is even Mickey Gurievich used to do this as black. He used to play knight g4 and then knight h6 and bring the knight back to f7. So you know, I'm just claiming I'm there a lot quicker. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Definitely recommend it. Rook d6. So I guess we're going to play bishop e4 here, yeah? For and is black going to go f5 then maybe? But maybe I just come back here then. Then I'm going to play rook c6. I mean, these endings are not getting any closer to winning for black, so yeah. Okie dokie. What happened? G6 played. We looked at that, but I wasn't expecting it from Aryan, to be honest. But G6 is yeah, no. I mean, if I do try and nudge people into fianchettoing their bishop first of all. Yeah, no, it's not a Leela. It's not a Leela thing. I did. There are some TCC games with the Basman Leningrad because when I was doing the book for the TCC, I did it. Went quite decently for black actually. Wasn't as bad as it looked somehow. G6 rook e7. Okie dokie. I'm wondering about G6. Wondering whether it's just going to end up. Oh, actually, do we have C6 in this position now? This might be an idea. Because if you go knight C6, I'm going to go rook B7. And if you play here, then I've got bishop B4. Now you've got your rooks like this. I was looking for C6 all the time. So yeah, if you look up on the TCC, one of the super finals, 21, 22, goes quickly, 23 maybe. Then we have that. Could be quite interesting to do this. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, otherwise, well, I'm slightly worried about king e1, rook e8 now, to be honest. That is worrying me. So I don't think we should be doing that because here would be incredibly embarrassing. But c6 might be quite interesting. All right, let's have a look at rook e8 then. It's actually kind of worrying this. I'm a bit worried actually. This move rook e8 is actually quite a bit of an irritating little line. Maybe we should be taking now and going here. That feels a little bit wimpy, really. But at least we get this guy protected. I mean, you can't. This allows g7, so you're going to have to swap off queens, I think. And then, what are we looking at here? Not sure what I want to do, actually. Do I want to go... In a way, I'd like to keep this pawn here so I can attack it, because I'm a bit worried about... Ooh, sorry, not that. A bit worried about this. And then this pawn being weak and then just ending up in a bad ending. Maybe c6 then. How about that? Oh, actually, after hg6, I could go c6 then, couldn't I? That might be nasty. Although maybe I'm starting to get to the point where it doesn't really matter about pawn weaknesses. No, not really. The c5 systems are quite good. d5 is quite good. I mean, knight c6 is fine too, the thing that Magnus plays. There are quite a few good systems against it, really. I mean, it's quite dangerous, but most sensible Sicilian for club players. Ooh. That's a tough one. I always think Najdorf, every Sicilian's a lot of work, so I'd always say Najdorf is, or maybe the Khan, maybe e4 c5, knight f3 e6, d4 takes a6. That's maybe quite a good one. I always think that. I played that when I was younger, and I always thought that one was nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that when you do the Nimzo, you at least you learn some good stuff, right? I mean, you learn some nice stuff and stuff that's going to be useful. Kalashnikov. Oh, I hate the Kalashnikov. I really don't like the Kalashnikov as black. Yeah, there are just so many good lines for black against the f3 Nimzo in principle. It is true. But it is quite scary. Modern Chess sent me an advert for 2a6. Yeah, there's a favorite. There's an English player called Michael Franklin, IM, who all played this all his life. Classical Sicilian because the opponent won't play main line. Not sure. Not sure. Rookie 7. Aryan thinking. Let's have a look. Ding thinking. God, Gukesh has been playing very quickly. I would have thought bishop e4. I mean, if you play f5 here, obviously you don't want to blunder here, check, but I think you can just play the bishop back to g2 and then just play for the exchange, right? I mean, having the pawns on these squares is kind of nice. I would have thought. Rook e7. Yeah, I mean, this is safe and a bit better for white, I think. Not quite sure how much better, though. After c6, the knight coming to e6. That is pretty solid. I suppose the only question is whether you can mate black, but I'm assuming that we can't be mated. Well, is that a good assumption, actually? It's a little bit more awkward than you'd expect. Maybe rook e8. Maybe you don't go rook. Maybe you go... If king there, maybe you go rook e8, hitting this guy. Well, you're not out of the woods yet. Yeah, I mean, this is what white's decided to do. It's the most sensible, I think. Most sensible idea. This is just a bit nicer for white. Easy for black to go wrong. A world championship match with 2 Indians. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I mean, it's definitely within the realm of possibility, but it's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah, I mean, I think, but Gukesh is right. I mean, he's right. Oh, he's played bishop b7. He's right to carry on. He's right to play this. Zero risk, and just irritate, make Ding feel that he's got a. He was wrong for. We can't believe that he can just have a draw. I mean, because in a way, that's certainly true. Yes, Tom. I mean, in a way, Ding was being a little bit cheeky, maybe, right? Saying I can make a draw virtually anyhow, and Gukesh just sort of saying, well, then you'll have to prove it, right? It's yeah, definitely approve of what Gukesh is doing. It's completely the right spirit somehow. Yeah, I mean, we've got Eragasi and Pragananda, you know, already, plus any ones who. Oh, if you put the rook on 8, oh, he's gone f3. Yeah, if you put the rook on here, then black's playing here. That would be a little bit of a. That's something you got to watch out for somehow. Because if the pawn reaches here or whatever, where it's probably still drawn, I guess, but it's going to be a bit nastier. F3 is yeah, that's a good move, I would guess. Yeah, this is not easy for black. It's. I mean, what I would want to do is to play the move h6. That's what I really want, because then I can play the king to g7, and I can try and win this pawn. And also the h and the g files aren't open. I'm a bit worried about taking on here and then some rook coming over here, simply, as well as this pawn being weak. But the only thing is that if I go h6, I'm wondering a little bit about the move c6. So I'm thinking c takes b7. If you take on here, I got bishop b4. And after knight c6, I'm kind of ruining your structure with here. I'm wondering whether this is going to be. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I can play rook g4. I truly don't know. But I'm very worried about it. c6 is the solid option. Oh, e4. What he? Oh God. Oh, that's sharp. Yes, I hadn't. The idea is takes. Oh, sorry. Takes g7. Tactics, but okay. Oh, ooh. So, okay. So if we go rook g7 here, what is Eragasi's idea? This doesn't look so bad. Not quite sure. It's a nice trick. I'm a bit surprised by it, I have to say. I think he could have done something more normal. So takes fg4's been played. Well, this is going to be a toughie. It's going to be a bit of a toughie. So rook takes e3 played. But I think just rook g7, right? And then I don't really know what the problem could be. Pieces are still a little bit awkward, but I mean, if I could bring my bishop round here somehow, but I don't think it's really gonna happen somehow. I mean, I go rook g7, and then what do? You take on there. I mean, I could even consider doing this somehow, yeah? Rook e7, I've got rook f7. Bishop e1, maybe. I go rook f6, looking for knight e6. So if you go rook e7, I go back here, then knight f7 after. I mean, White's got some sort of initiative, really, but I don't think it's I don't think. Yeah, rook h2 is interesting. It's true. But I thought that was going to be okay, right? So I think we just take on here. Yeah. Rook here. I come here. Here I come here. I think I'm covered. Unless I'm missing something. Even take on f3 first and go back to f7. No, indeed. Indeed. Aryan is not for normal moves, indeed. But it doesn't look like it. I'm a bit surprised by that e4 move. Maybe he didn't think there was anything else, but I thought you could maybe make a go of attacking. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Rook g7 played. G takes h7. Yeah. I would suggest swapping off rooks, to be honest. I think if you took off and you keep the rooks, I think that's a little bit irritating because the knight can't get active yet. I think that's likely to be more annoying for this is a little bit more risky maybe, but I think you can get away with it. Bishop e1 looks like quite a reasonable move to come to one of these squares. And we just need to work out the right way to, if we can, to get our knight active. I do like this move. I think it's a good move. Just preparing to play knight e6 or rook e6. So if bishop h4, I go rook e6. Rook a3. That's irritating. Yeah, black has done it. I'm not surprised. It feels like it would be better, but I'm guessing we come here. But then bishop e1, we've still got some work to do. Well, rook f6, we can go rook check. That's what we certainly can do. And knight e6, which looks vaguely okay. I mean, I think I'm covering everything if I need to. And there's this one hanging as well. Played by black. But okay, bishop e1, rook f6. I give a little check. You come back. And then I've got to find a move. I was thinking rook e8. The rook comes here. And after bishop h4, knight f7. I've forced the knight at least to f7 rather than e6. But I don't know. I mean, I'm going king g6, knight h6 to f5, maybe. Should be fine for black, I think. Should be fine. Somehow e4 is first engine move. Yeah. Not sure. Not sure there. It's Gukesh. I think we are getting around the point where you start thinking, well, maybe we've made our point. Maybe we can start looking for a draw somehow. Because I don't really see how anything's going to happen simply now. It's very hard to imagine now anything happening. But I guess that Gukesh will carry on for some period. Obviously, if you don't try, you won't. Oh, bishop a5. Okay. That is sneaky, bishop a5. That is very sneaky. Actually, that could be quite a nasty move. God, bishop a5, that's nasty. Oh! Oh, really? Tom, wow. That's quite impressive, actually. Oh, that's a horrible move, bishop a5. I hadn't seen that one coming at all. Ugh. The big problem is that, yeah, you're stopping this defensive maneuver, and the knight can't move here, and you're just threatening bishop d8 and rook e7. Or, I guess after king g6, we're going to go rook e7 now. Because rook f7, there's bishop d8. Whoa. So how are you going to do this? I mean, more seriously, are you going to do this? I'm not sure you are. You might just be lost. Oh my goodness me, that was unexpected, bishop a5. What a move. What a move. Wow. What a move, bishop a5. Jesus. That was a hell of a move. That was such a good move. This is quite nasty, actually. I mean, you're looking at doing this, but this a-pawn's fast, right? Oh, knight f7 played. We take the guy. Then probably Esipenko will come here. Is that a good defense? It's a defense. But whether it's a good one or not easy to say. It's decent. It's decent. Rook c7, you'll go rook f6, yeah? And then you'll take that one. Black must still have a chance to draw this. Wow, bishop a5, what a move. Let's have a look. We're getting some quicker moves now. Rook g6 check. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Loose Horse. Thank you. Yeah, this is what he's doing there. I mean, you might be able to play bishop d2. Yeah, I'm sure this is what he's looking at. If rook b8, we go bishop f4. That's very sneaky. And after bishop d2, if you go, well, you could go back to d8, I suppose. You've gained bishop d2, but maybe I just here you have knight e6. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for. I wasn't 100% sure about it. I was looking for here. Could go rook f4 though. Break open that stuff. Here looks like it should probably be okay, yeah. Because you can defend yourself like this somehow. Oh, they're whipping out the moves now. I'd be thinking about bishop g2 here for white, to be honest. I think that would be... that was my line. Bishop d2, knight d8. I mean, you might, if you see it, if you see bishop d2, then worth, I mean, it's a repetition, isn't it? So, but yeah, I had that move. Ha. Abdusattorov, opening choice. Let me have a little look. Where was that? Was it here in this tournament? Ah, there. Let's have a look. Queen b6, g3, bishop d7, knight e7, knight g6, g3. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, why not? I mean, you normally end up. I was thinking, should Black be exploiting it like this? But yeah, I mean, you normally play Bishop D3 takes F5, so you can play Bishop H3 takes F5, and G3 isn't a stupid move either. Yeah, that's quite a nice little way of playing somehow. And you avoid all this A3 stuff on the queen side. It's quite nice. As always with this line, you end up with maybe not that much of an advantage. But oh, well, it was just a pawn up. Yeah, okay, not an easy pawn, but and the situation now is this. Oh, it's looking very good for white, isn't it? Interesting that G3. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's completely drawn, Sushan. Absolutely drawn. Yeah, absolutely drawn. Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2 in general is absolutely drawn. It's oh, Rook B3 played, so just keeping the position basically. Oh, well, little edge for white. Yeah, I mean he's keeping the position, which is quite good. Although, can you go Rook F4 here? Actually, just thinking. Oh, I guess he'll go Rook D3. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Yeah, yeah. He's just keeping the position, and yeah, that could be something something interesting. Ding thinking again. I mean, just Bishop G2, right? I mean, what can possibly go wrong, really? I guess Gukesh is looking to try and play King F6 to E5. I mean, I think the only winning plan for Black in this position really is to play the King to E5, maybe to put the Rook C2, Bishop C4, and just make a barrier to bring the King over. But even that is fraught with problems. But that seems like the more or less the only way you can win. You've got to bring the king in, and the only way you're going to manage is by making some sort of barrier. And you certainly don't want to exchange off. I mean, that would be the best thing, I think. You've just got endings here all the time. Ugh. So Ding is just waiting. So yeah, maybe Rook C2. I think Rook C2 would be my preference now. And then after Rook B4, I'm going to go King F6, and Rook there. I'm going to go here. And if Rook B4, I'm going to play Bishop C4. That would be the idea. Yeah, Gukesh will be back. I mean, it's been a lot of. I mean, with all the stuff in India and everything, it's going to be crazy, right? So, I mean, it'll take him a while to get back. But if he's sensible, he'll just take a couple of months off, just recharge, and then afterwards, yeah, come back stronger. It's but this could be reasonably decent. This is, I think, the best attempt. You just block the C file, and then you're going to try and come in. The thing you got to watch out for is that when you try and come in, here, you might have Bishop A6. But what you could try is to play the move F4. Well, I was trying to make this work, but it's not even going to work. That won't even work. Yeah, I mean, who knows, really? You just have to try. I think you can always get to here and then see whether you can find anything else to act interesting. But put the rook on f4 and claim it's a draw. There's normally some way to. I mean, I'm a bit worried about having the rook a little bit too tied down, but you might be right. Maybe play rook here. I guess I'd try and play the bishop round to d3, e4 somehow, and claim that if you swapped off the bishops, then the pawn's running and the king's. This maybe not true. Maybe even putting the rook on f4 draws. You might be right, Mr. Beeds. You might well be right. Ding will repeat the French in the tiebreak games. Yes, he will. We can be sure about it. Come on, guys. We don't mind you playing a lot of moves, but a little bit faster, please. I'm going to have another biscuit soon. Obviously, I can't abandon the stream somehow because, then you'll just see it's going to be like leaving a football minute 5 minutes early, and then the goals are scored in the last 3 minutes. So it's got to see this to the end somehow. I mean, it's good in a way that that is true. Yeah. Yes, indeed, indeed. They had a great Paddy Power sketch about that. The guy saying, if there's one thing I look forward to in the football match, it's leaving 5 minutes before the end because nothing ever happens there. Light Fish says the rook on f4 is a draw. Okay, yeah, not surprising. There is quite a lot of margin somehow. All right, Tom, no worries. It isn't particularly interesting, I have to say. And even Aryan is going for a grind here, so it's yeah. But I'm just going to hang around for a little bit longer just to see, and then see. But hopefully see you tomorrow, Tom. Thanks for dropping in. What's the time control actually? There's no extra. Is there extra time at 60? There isn't, is there? I think. Isn't it just increments from now on, or? Just wondering. Let's have a look. Do we? What's happening in Kaiser Berserk? Oh no, that's not going on at the moment. Bishop A8 played. Ooh. I actually think Ding will play rook a5, to be honest. I think Ding will play rook a5 and just stop the king even crossing the fifth. I think that's what he'll do. Also maybe threatening bishop d5. Feels like the most natural thing to do. Hard to see what black does, to be honest. Oh, he's played rook f4. Ah. I was expecting rook a5, to be honest. That seemed the most natural. But clearly, Mr. Ding is channeling his inner Mr. Beads. Ah, rook f2. Okay, it's also pretty good. Although that's fine, but a little bit strange, really. I find that a little bit strange. Oh, okay. I guess what he's going to do is he'll maybe give a check. Then the king will have to go back, and then he'll do something like this, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's all drawn, really. So, nah, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw, Vishuda. Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, no, the tiebreak's going to be great fun. So I'll be streaming all the whole tiebreak. It could be a long stream, I think, actually. Yeah, it's but I'll be streaming all of it. So looking forward to a lot of fun. And tonight, by the way, just remember everyone, there is if you're interested, there's a 91% for Gukesh. Don't think so. No, God! Oh, God! Oh, God, oh, God! Oh, God, what a blunder! Oh, God! Oh, no! Oh, no! He has blundered it with bishop d5! Oh, my goodness! Oh, God! He put his bishop on a8. Mr. Beads, you've ruined it all. I wasn't looking at all. I wasn't looking at all. My goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, that's so bad. Wow. He's played it. Of course he's played it. Of course he's played it. Well. Oh, Ding, you poor thing. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. I'm in shock. Obviously, everyone's in shock, but poor Ding. Wow. Oh, fancy. Scam. Yeah, no, I can't believe it simply. I mean, so incredible, right? Well, I'm really gutted for Ding, of course. I mean, it's just incredible, right? I mean, to lose the World Championship like this is really, yeah, it's heartbreaking. You have indeed, Tom. I didn't even notice. I was just rook f2. Yeah. But the bishop was on. Yeah, no tiebreak tomorrow. Oh. What a heartbreaker for Ding. What an absolute heartbreaker. But yeah, I mean, what you got to say, well done, Gukesh. Yeah? Many others would have just agreed a draw, and he just carried on. So no, this is a win, a total win. Now, if Gukesh doesn't win this, then I'm just giving up somehow. But yeah, no, King D3, F4, and King F2, King D4, just win, just a win. Yeah, no, but the stupid thing, of course, I've got it on the board, right? And I'm just saying, oh yeah, no, it's all a draw, it's all a draw. But I just hadn't noticed the bishop had moved to A8 somehow. That the king had moved to yeah, incredible. I wasn't really expecting this rook F2 either, but yeah, no, just terrible that I didn't see it. But he resigned. No. Ding just didn't think of white. I mean, actually, what's happened is fun. Yeah. So Black's played rook B2 and bishop A8 was played by Ding, which is a very strange move, by the way. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really think, but I mean, bishop G2. Why aren't you doing this? But okay, bishop A8. But what that means is suddenly the bishop is trapped in here, so you can actually force the exchange of it now. That's the thing. And then after King F6, again, I mean, Mr. Beeds, you were saying rook F4, but rook A5 is very obvious, right? To stop the king from moving. But he played this move, rook F4. For the first time, really, breaking this bishop-rook thing. And after King E5, he just sort of said, oh, well, I'm going to go rook F2, and then I'll have a rook E2 check and chase the king back. It was a bit strange to break the defensive structure. But yeah, I mean, you're just thinking, oh, well, rook B1, I can just exchange. But yeah, totally forgotten, and me too, of course, that the bishop on A8 no longer could move. It's been on here all the time. It could move, but he just totally forgot about it. And this is just a known loss. It's just a known loss. Just a known loss. I am absolutely, yeah. To win it like that is pretty, yeah. But I think, I mean, to be honest, Gukesh won it because he decided to make use of every single chance. He decided to make use of every single chance, and he did. And a chance came along, but just at the end. But Ding, it's absolutely gutting for him, heartbreaking. And he can be very proud of the way he's played there, which has exceeded everyone's expectations. But I guess that this was kind of the thing that we were afraid Ding might do. He's had those sudden blunders somehow. But yeah, incredible, absolutely incredible, amazing. Oh, my heart's beating like crazy somehow. Well, I'm going to end the stream there then, I guess. Wow. Well, thank you everyone for during the tournament for I think it kind of summarizes his year somehow. Yeah, kind of does. But yeah, feel horrible for him. I think it's really terrible somehow. But I don't think you can deny that Gukesh has also deserved it. I don't think Ding deserved to lose in this way, but certainly Gukesh deserved to either of them could have won the match, but if Gukesh wins it, he certainly deserves it 100%. You know what I mean? So yeah, and world champion at 18 somehow. World champion at 18, amazing. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for having been there and having witnessed it together. Yeah, glad. Yeah, it was definitely a world championship worth watching, and glad that we were together for this drama somehow. It's thank you, Danger Mouse. Thank you very much indeed. It's yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's quite incredible, amazing scenes. They must be going wild in India, and rightly so. We'll be very proud of their champion. So and he has done them proud as well. So thank you very much indeed, everyone, for watching. And yeah, if you've got still some room in your head for chess, then there'll be a stream at 8 o'clock English time, UTC, with Leela against Awandal Yang. But whew, time to take maybe a stiff drink or something to get over that. Thanks very much, Catherine. Thanks, AT. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Mr. Bede. Thanks, Danger Mouse. And thanks, Axel and Domor and Jamie. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks, Lepned. And see you around. And Crazy Horse as well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.